When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Just need to tweet out the stream. There we go. Nailed it. Hello, everyone. It is time to actually call your senators. We have one last exit ramp, but you need to act in the next 48 hours. Get in the boat. Let's switch YouTube and riverboat.gg. Nailing it. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Making sure some of the stuff out. We gotta talk about the topics. They're really fucking scary today. There we go. Nailed it. Hello, Anders Noel Roop. Hello, Logan Hill. Hello, Banana Brains. Aren't there programs that auto-post videos and streams to social media? Yeah, but like I still have to like write it out. like, uh, honestly, I could probably just automate it, but like it'd be like a similar amount of work. Hello, Joseph Satoke. I probably butchered your name. Sorry. What is Cloture? We're gonna talk about it. Don't you worry. We're gonna get there. Very cunty jacket. Hell yeah. Burning Bush Dragon called you representative senators. My representative is voting no on CR. Well, guess what? We got to keep calling. We have 48 hours. Okay, we got 48 hours. Your representatives don't matter anymore. The House passed the continuing budget resolution, so representatives don't matter for this anymore. We need to start applying pressure to senators. Today I learned cloture is a word. Fuck yeah, you did. All of you are gonna learn cloture by the end of this. 77 Sage, hello. Hello, Gordon Guy. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, The Krakening. Hello, Comrade Girl. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Celestial Heart. Hello, Alan Showerman. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Alan Aristresner. Hello, Twin Tails. Hello, Buffalo Guy. Won't you come out tonight? Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Lady Raincloud. We did talk about Cloture a few streams ago, but you know what? We're all going to have to get really good at it really soon. Hello, Hoi Polloi. Hello, Leah Land. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello, Ellie. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello. Hello. How we doing, Sweet Blasphemy? How we doing, Salty Turtle Cupcake? Hello, Bastion. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. I certainly appreciate it. Hello, RPG Lilac.
Just popping in before bed. Chat, like the stream.
And RPG Lilac, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate it. Hello, Carman Benoit. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. And thank you for continuing to support my show, despite the idiots in Washington. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Punky Gal. You might have already gotten a hello, but, sometimes people get two, and that's okay. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Mini-Me. Hello, Gamer G. I know you're around here somewhere. Hello, Poco Curante, number 8. Oh, God. I had myself a little bit of a mental breakdown day. I went to therapy and then just cried all day. And now I'm here. Now I've put myself successfully back together with the help of my lovely and wonderful partner, and now I'm here. And if you're wondering why I'm late, it's because it takes a long time to put my brain back together. But the unfortunate reality of it is, folks, we got to get our brains together. We got to get, we got to put ourselves back together in whatever form or shape that is for you, and we got to actually do shit. Okay? Because we don't have the luxury of just like sitting around and twiddling our thumbs. To get you guys caught up on kind of the main news of the day.
What are you, a fucking liberal? What?
Oh man, that unfortunately might come in handy on that soundboard. Folks, let's get you caught up on the news of the day, all right? So basically, the government operates using this thing called money. And the money that they get from taxes gets appropriated by Congress into something called a budget. And the budget is what is then spent to allow the government to do things like hire bureaucrats, wage war, do things and stuff, ostensibly improve people's lives, that kind of thing. And we have been in a bit of a pickle for the last couple months because the Trump administration has been what is colloquially called taking the purse, the power of the purse from Congress. This is the basic idea is in our Constitution, Congress is given a certain set of powers, and one of them is referred to broadly as the power of the purse, which is Congress sets forth what the budget is, and then the executive branch must spend that money. That's kind of how it works. However, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have come up with this very clever ploy, which is simply not doing what they're supposed to do as part of the federal branch of government and just spending it however they would like and shutting down departments that are required by Congress, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is a subversion of the balance of power in our governmental structure. It is something that is not tenable, and we have been, as a result, in a bit of a escalating constitutional crisis as a result. So that brings us to this week, and this week was pretty important and is pretty important because starting on Friday, the government shuts down unless Congress can pass a budget. Now, the issue with that is a lot of people are really scared. A lot of these congressmen and women are really scared of passing this budget, specifically because Republicans are the ones putting it together and by and large are the ones that need to pass it. The issue with that is that they are looking to cut trillions of dollars from programs like Social Security, Medicaid, SNAP, etc. They are looking to effectively kill the homeless, kill the hungry, kill the elderly, kill the infirm. Basically, if you ever think you might wind up poor and in need of medical care, they want you dead. That I'm not going to sugarcoat it today. I'm not going to try and bullshit you. That is baseline what that means, right? Now, what they are trying to do, because Republicans are scared, because they know that the second they vote in that budget, they have set in motion a series of events that will lead to their constituents wanting their heads on pikes, possibly literally. And so they don't necessarily want to put their name on it. However, Donald Trump and Elon Musk really want to pass this budget to give all of those trillions of dollars that would otherwise be spent on things like healthcare and, keeping the elderly in homes and, living with dignity, or, allowing the disabled to live. Instead, that they want to take that money and give it to their richest friends, their fellow billionaires, right? And, well, that's not going to be very popular. But Donald Trump, very influential political figure, using his cult of personality as a bit of a cudgel to try and bring these Republicans in line. On top of that, Elon Musk has hundreds of billions of dollars. And I'm going to turn
Republicans
off text-to-speech right now because I need to get through this. I need you all to understand. I need you all to be on the same page. It's too important. I'm very sorry. I will read donos that happened during the segment later. But essentially, folks, what they are trying to do is steal from all of us. They're trying to steal your future. Even if you don't need Social Security right now, you're gonna need it someday. You will hopefully grow old at some point and be able to retire. That's what Social Security is for. Additionally, you might say, well, I don't know about that. But you know what? A lot of people, no matter where they're born in life, what assets they may have in their control, at some point, a lot of people wind up poor. And you know what you might need if you wind up poor? You might need Medicaid, the system that allows you to get health care and health coverage when you are sick or injured and poor. Okay? Also, you might get in an accident that renders you disabled, in which case you're going to need to pull on those benefits that are getting cut. And you know what? If you're poor and you happen to have kids at the same time, you're going to need things like SNAP in order to feed those kids. All of these programs that are useful for every single one of us. Hey, you know what? Even if you're a super wealthy person, do you like walking down the sidewalk and like not having the elderly dying in the gutters? Guess what? You should want social security for them too. Okay? Like just if you don't even give a shit about them on like a human level, you should understand that they don't just disappear. They don't like vanish like a Jedi ghost into the ether. Like they continue existing. Now on top of that, what we're looking at here is bad, right? A lot of pressure going on. However, right now, Republicans do not feel like they can actually pass a budget. So instead, what they are trying to do is pass a CR, or continuing resolution. And effectively, what that is it extends the previous year's budget for 6 months. So if that does get passed this week, what that would mean is instead of the government shutting down on Friday, it would shut down in September. Okay? And it kicks the can down the road. However, that also basically means Elon Musk and Doge and Donald Trump have a blank check to continue gutting the federal government. They have the ability to just continuously cut and cut and cut, and we can't have that. The only other option available to us is to kill this continuing resolution. Now, the bad news is that has already passed the House. And what that means is all that is left for this continuing resolution to pass is the Senate. So, what you guys need to do, and emails are also good, but you guys need to call your senators. You need to take time. I know it's late tonight, but you know what? If you want to call them and leave them a message, go for it. And you know what? Call them in the morning when you wake up. Call them in the afternoon. Okay? Call them as much as you can. Because we need them to know people are paying attention. Because Democrats in particular have the ability in the Senate to stop this. Effectively, what they need to do is they need to deny cloture. They need to vote no on cloture. Because cloture essentially means that, like, no business can kind of go forward in the Senate. It is a move that they are able to do because there is just enough of them to deny cloture. Right? And this is all super important because if they invoke, if they deny cloture, which is effectively like filibustering, we can get to our government shutdown. Okay? And we need the government to shut down because I need you all to understand what is happening. We already have a government shutdown. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are already shutting down the government and subverting Congress. There are no guardrails. There is nothing in the continuing resolution that prevents essentially Donald Trump and Elon Musk for using the budget allocated by Congress in whatever way they want. They can effectively use it as a gigantic slush fund that they can all personally draw from. Okay? Understand that if this continuing resolution passes, it only makes their position stronger. It gives them even more time to leverage that money and political capital to flip members of the Senate to get the budget passed in September. There is nothing we can do after this. This is kind of like are maybe you can think of it as maybe one final off ramp for like what we can do to organize in a way that will bureaucratically stymie their ambitions. All right? This is one of those last things that we can do before worse worse things are made a reality, you know? Does that make sense to you guys? So what you are going to need to do is call your senator. Call your elected senators. Do it. If you do not know how to, okay, there is a website called 5Calls. Let me pull that up for you guys real quick. 5Calls is a very useful website that will give you a script. It will also allow you to it will also allow you to easily contact your senators. Get on it, okay? It is necessary to make these calls. This is how they know we are paying attention. And if you want to throw into your message, hey, if you allow this to go through, if you do not vote no on cloture, I am going to instantly start primarying you. I'm going to start, giving money, or I'm going to go find someone who will run against you. Okay? I'm going to fund whoever is going to take you out of your position, And Mr. Miyagi, I know. Yeah, but you know what? You know what? I know we're dealing with spineless jags. I understand. But you know what I don't want to hear? I don't want to hear people say, "Oh, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to call because there's no point. They're spineless." Make them grow a spine out of necessity. Okay? This is not one of those things where we can just be like, "Oh, well, we'll get them next time." What this effectively does is end Congress. I need you guys to really wrap your heads around this. It ends our representative democracy. Because there is now no longer really any connection between what budget Congress votes on and what the federal government spends that money on. All right? There is no connection if this budget and continuing resolution go through. So you fight, you call, you organize. If you can, you visit their offices and you make known what your priorities are. Should we call the DC offices or home offices? Better yet, call them both. Okay? This is like guys, if you're looking for, hey, how do we stop this authoritarian takeover? This is the number one thing you can do right now. And if we don't do it, if we fail, then we are going to be kind of fucked. We're going to be in a situation where we're going to have to look around and start looking real hard at our other alternatives when it comes to organizing. Because this basically, have you been frustrated by Democrats saying, "Oh man, we're just going to sit back and watch everything burn"? That's basically the position you guys are going to be in if this continuing resolution goes. Not because there aren't other because there won't be other options. There won't be other options other than sit back and watch it burn. Should I voicemail tonight or call tomorrow? Do fucking both. What leverage would you use for someone that's not running again? I genuinely, I would call them. Just call them. Tell them that you're paying attention. Tell them that the country is depending on them. Tell them that democracy, relies on them voting no on cloture. Okay? No, this is not House Concurrent Resolution 14. The House resolution has already passed. We're talking calling senators. Hello, Letterhack. This is kind of like an all hands on deck. After you watch this part of the stream, I don't want you to wait until the end of the stream. I want you to like go and message and text, call your friends, family, post out on your social medias that you want other people to do this too. Okay? Yeah, if somebody's leaving, talk about how their legacy, talk about how they're going to be remembered, talk about like pull on whatever kind of emotional heartstrings you think that they may have remaining. What do you say to our deeply red state Republican senators? Honestly, tell them that, you're going to primary. Tell them that you are going to fund whatever opposition you need to fund to get them out of office. Tell them that you are going to make sure, even if you're not a Republican, you're going to support a Republican primary challenge to them. Whatever you got to do. Say what you got to say to support your position. And we need you to do that, not just tonight, not just tomorrow, but also the day, like Friday morning. Okay? Like, I don't really know how to emphasize this more, that like this is the last kind of bureaucratic roadblock in our system that would allow us to put any kind of check on what Elon Musk and Donald Trump want to do when with regards to our systems. This is it. This is the last roadblock. And if this passes, if we fail, it is, the burning of Rome. We sit back and we watch the flames and we do whatever we can to keep our little corner of the world from falling apart. And in the meantime, like at some point there will come like a breaking point for the wider country, but like there is no real additional future action. Right now it is this and the courts. And right now, from everything we have seen, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are largely ignoring the courts. And yeah. Yeah. This is where we're at, folks. God. And like I need you all to understand why this is important. Senate Democrats met today to discuss what they would do if this continuing resolution passed the House. They weren't able to come to any definitive conclusion. They don't have an answer. And they have 48 hours to figure it out. Yeah. For those of you asking me what time the bill is going to be voted on, I don't know yet. All I know is that it's going to be voted on likely on Friday morning. At the end of day on Friday, the budget expires. So it's gonna probably be a vote on Friday. They will probably want to take as much time as they can to get people in line. So probably Friday. What was the website again? The website was fivecalls.org. Okay. I might have to leave for a few minutes to call my senators. That is okay, guys. Do it. It's important. Can it pass without Dem support? Democrats, if they hold the line, can deny cloture on this bill and kill it. So there is yes. The bill requires 60 votes in order to pass. Okay? In order to pass in full, it requires 60 votes. And they need 7 Democratic senators to flip. Or rather, 7 Democrats and independents to flip. And, well, John Fetterman has already committed to flipping to allow the bill. So at this point, as far as I know, 6 Democrats and independents would need to flip alongside Fetterman. And it's very possible that some of these spineless, milquetoast ghouls are seriously considering it. Oh no, Mr. Miyagi, Fetterman is going to fuck us. It's just we need there needs to be 6 additional folks like him as well. And the thing is, so many people right now, so many Democrats are being real loosey-goosey about it. They're trying to play a low profile. And you need to call them and you need to explain to them that they need to kill this continuing budget resolution. They need to hold the line. Yeah, tell them that like if they vote for this, you will protest outside of their donors' businesses. Tell them, and you know what? Might be worth calling their donors. Call their donors and say, "Hey, lobbyist McGee, we're going to protest your company if the person you donate to votes for this." So, yeah. This is where we're at, folks. It is do or die time. It is, yeah. How do we find out who those folks are? Go to Open Secrets. How do I explain why to vote against it to the senators? You can you can lay it out as, if this passes, it gives Elon Musk a blank check to gut the US government. It gives Elon Musk and Donald Trump a blank check to gut the government and subverts the power of Congress. It is anti-constitutional. I've emailed my senators. Yeah, send them an email if you can't get a voicemail tonight, but call them tomorrow. I want a commitment to every single person watching right now that you will call tomorrow, that you will call, if you can today, because, the segment is going to be going up as soon as this stream is over, but that's what we need. Let them know that you understand what is happening, what the stakes are, and that you are paying attention, and that if they vote for this, if they allow this continuing resolution to pass, you are going to do everything in your power within your community to make sure they never hold elected office again. I'll call tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Hell yeah. It's really, really important, folks. Yep. Call, email, and visit if you can. Yes, 5 calls also provides you a sample script you can use. But again, hit the major things. Hit the major elements of this. Can I write my senator a history essay on John Brown? I guess if you want. I don't know how that helps us here. And yes, call your Republican senators too. Do it. Apply as much pressure as you can. This entire thing, we have effectively 48 hours to try to stop this continuing budget resolution that will keep the government open for the next 6 months and give Elon Musk and Donald Trump a blank check to continue gutting the government. No on cloture. I just called my senator Jerry Moran. I was polite as possible, even though I despise him. Good. That's exactly how you do it. You remain firm, you remain polite, and you deliver your points as succinctly as you can. Even if you're saying, hey, I will do everything in my power to primary you, you don't scream it. You say it firmly, calmly, and succinctly. Okay? That is where we're at today. It is I was really, really hoping Republicans would flip on it and kill it in the House. I think a lot of people in the Senate were really hoping that as well. But yeah. Nope. That is not going through. And I think this piece by David Dayen in The American Prospect is really, really on point here. Senate Democrats' choice: block the Republican spending bill or dissolve Congress. Like that's really the stakes that we're talking about here. Okay? If this spending bill goes through, it effectively makes Congress moot. It effectively means Donald Trump has the ability to just ignore Congress and effectively is a king, is a dictator. He really is what he claims to be. And that is not good for any single one of us here tonight. This is what we need to do. Call them tonight, leave a message if you can. Call them tomorrow, call them Thursday, call them Friday. This is all hands on deck, red alert, wee sounds. Okay? I don't know how to really emphasize it more to you all how important this is. If you're a lurker on my stream, I need you to do this. Okay? I need you to do this. If you are someone who is a longtime viewer of this stream, I need you to do this. If you are new to the stream, I need you to do this. But more importantly than me needing you guys to do this, your grandparents need you to do this. Every elderly person in America needs you to do this. Every disabled person in America needs you to do this. Every poor person in America needs you to do this. Every starving child in America needs you to do this. Because if you don't, and we fail, everyone gets fucked, except for the wealthiest people to ever exist. So that's what the stakes are right now. Now, Starm, you ask a very good question. Why would people actually vote for this, especially if they're Democrat? I don't get the complacency in the face of this. A lot of Democrats have been leaning towards a strategy of simply give the Republicans everything they want under the assumption of if you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves, you know? Um, without really thinking it all the way through that if you give them enough rope to hang themselves, they certainly have enough rope to hang you. And that's that's they don't really consider that part. They don't really consider what the rope may be used for. And on top of that, they believe that they all they got to do, and a lot of their top strategists like James Carville advocate for this. Just sit back, relax. You don't even have to do anything because Donald Trump is going to tank the economy. Everyone's going to be really upset with him, and then it will be back to business as usual in 2 to 4 years. So, just go grill and chill, baby. Go drink some mimosas on the beach. And the issue with that is, again, they aren't really considering what may be done with that power in the meantime. And so that's one part of it. Another part of it is that there is a certain segment of the Democratic Party that has been bought and paid for by lobbyists that work for the same tech oligarchs that currently work within Donald Trump's administration. Full stop. They are, working for the same team. And that's kind of the situation we're in. When is this? There's no specific time, but the budget needs to be passed by end of day Friday. Vote will probably take place on Friday. There's not a hard schedule as far as I've seen so far. Yeah, John Fetterman is a really good example of the thought process here. Snub a 13-year-old cancer survivor. Joint to dress protest paddle bonanza. Bizarre pick your fighter videos. Hold your beer. Government shutdown. Never, never, never vote for a shutdown ever. That's John Fetterman's analysis right here. Excellent stuff. What did some other folks say about this? Yeah, John Fetterman is one of the biggest disappointments in congressional history. Let's see here. Where is this? Sorry, I had a lot of stuff prepped for today. Is this? Whatever. Can't find it. Fine. Here we go. Found it. Here's Congressman Jared Golden over here. Excellent, excellent guy. Putting the Mariners first. Blue Dog Democrat. I just voted to pass a continuing resolution and avoid a government shutdown. Here's a short thread to explain why. And I'm gonna spoil something for you guys here. It's because he's chicken shit. It's because he's chicken shit and he got bought. That's why. This CR is not perfect, but a shutdown would be worse. Even a brief shutdown would introduce even more chaos and uncertainty at a time when our country can ill afford it. Funding the government, which by the way, this is just a way of saying his rich donors don't want the markets in turmoil, and so he's going to vote to pass the resolution through the House. Funding the government is our most basic obligation as members of Congress. My vote today reflects my commitment to making tough choices and doing my job for the people of Maine. The CR includes several provisions Mainers can celebrate, including billions for the construction of the DDG 51 destroyer at Bath Iron Works, funding to provide junior enlisted members of the armed services their biggest pay raise in 40 years. The CR also includes increased funding for immigration and customs enforcement. Oh man, I love more funding for ICE. Increased funding for disaster relief. Increased funding for operational expenses at national parks, including Acadia. Ignore the fact that the Trump administration has been gutting national parks to the point where like park rangers there aren't park rangers anymore in some national parks. Okay. But that's not the kicker. I'll tell you guys the kicker at the end, okay? The CR also includes extended telehealth flexibility for Medicare and advanced funding for state Medicaid programs and aging and disability programs, services programs. To be clear, the CR is not the one I would have written, but elections have consequences. I'm disappointed by messaging gimmicks from some in my party, particularly the untrue claim that the CR cuts veteran services. And I need to remind you all about the story from yesterday, which is quite literally that they are currently cutting VA services. So this man is just either woefully misinformed or just a dipshit. Well, let's continue, shall we? Let's continue. The truth is, there are no cuts to veterans care in the period covered by the CR. We have 6 months to ensure funding continues in the next fiscal year. To say it contains cuts is at best a misreading that creates unnecessary fear amongst veterans. At worst, Dems are adopting the same cynical GOP political tactics that we have rightfully denounced, using misdirection to justify a vote. This may seem politically expedient, but it only lowers us to a level we shouldn't accept. And I'm just going to stop right there because, all the stuff he's talking about, how this is like securing funding for national parks and securing funding for the VA and securing funding for XYZ, Medicaid, Social Security, ICE, etc. That's all horse shit. And we know it's horse shit because right now, Donald Trump has taken the power of the purse from Congress and is not spending money on the things that Congress is saying money needs to be spent on. They are, in fact, actively breaking the law in that regard, and nothing is being done about it. And so, in order for us to actually ensure that money is spent in the way that Congress dictates, there needs to be guardrails in the continuing budget resolution. And right now, there are none. And if this goes through, it just gives them a slush fund. It just gives them a huge chunk of money that they don't consider to be actually tied to anything. If we stop it, you know what doesn't shut down during a government shutdown, guys? Courts. Courts don't shut down. Okay? Courts don't shut down. So while the government might be shut down and fewer government workers are actually going in to do their jobs, the law will continue churning its gears until we get more and more clamps and assurances and lock down this attempt to overthrow our democracy. Okay? So you need to call. You can use 5calls.org. Again, just going to link that in chat for you guys. But you guys need to be doing this. You guys need to call. You know, it's not just a fun little joke when we say "shimps together strong" as like a community joke. You know, it's not just a joke. It's true. When we all work together, we can accomplish more than any one of us can do alone. Yeah, call like you are a lovesick ex trying to get back with the best thing that ever happened to you, okay? Call with that level of desperation. Yeah, and I know it's late tonight, guys. Call and leave a voicemail. Excellent. Tonight. Tomorrow, call, and if you can't talk to a human being, leave them a voicemail then too. Okay? Banana Brains, Elon Musk could still do things during a government shutdown. It's true. However, the scope of the damage he can do is extraordinarily reduced by having the government shut down. Had to do voicemail for both the senators. And yeah, guys, it's like 11 o'clock at night. No one's gonna pick up in those offices. But you know what? You call tonight, you call tomorrow, you call Thursday, and I want you to let them know that you are paying attention, that this is of existential importance to you, your loved ones, and the country, and that you will do everything in your power to get them out of office should they vote for this continuing budget resolution. Okay? That's what you need to communicate. In what way would it be reduced in the unique case of Elon? For one thing, there are fewer people in the government to do the busy bureaucratic work that needs to be done in order for those things to be done. It narrows the chain of command uniquely to Elon Musk in a way that courts can then much more easily use against him. It would effectively mean that he has fewer people to give orders to. It slows it down. It slows it down, and understand the government, they are already trying to shut down the government. They just have way more tools at their disposal right now. So take away their tools. Lee Kestner, call your senator and let them know that. Call your senators, let them know. While you're waiting to call the Social Security office, call your senators. Let them know you want them to shut down. You want them to vote no on this continuing resolution, and let them know in part that you want that budget bill shut down because the Social Security Administration is already stalling checks to your loved one. Let them know what is actively already happening. If you can, folks, when you call, make it personal. Tell them how this has already impacted you. How Elon Musk and Donald Trump's cuts have already impacted you. Make it personal to yourself. Because those stories stick in their brains. Their staffers write down those stories and share them with their senators. Okay? A real story like that can actually move these people. I'm in an endless fight to get Social Security. Bring that up when you call your senator. Yeah, that's the other part, right? Like, we're not trying to. When I talk about like how this is all being ground out by Donald Trump, that Donald Trump and Elon Musk have usurped the power of Congress, that's not hyperbole. Donald Trump has explicitly said he would use impoundment to effectively just ignore the dictates of Congress in regards to budgetary items, meaning that he is going to use power illegally in order to spend money on what he wants to spend it on rather than what Congress tells him to spend it on. If Congress tells him that he needs to use that money to save 1 million starving orphans, he's going to look them in the eye, laugh, and say, no, fuck no, and then give it to his rich friends. That's exactly the order of events that will take place. And if you think, oh no, Jack, Donald Trump wouldn't do that, he literally is doing that with US aid right now. The funds through US aid literally go to stop children from starving to death. The treatments we put out through US aid save hundreds of thousands of lives. Is there a Michael, 5 calls does have some preliminary script you can use. Don't let it be your end all be all, but if you are real socially anxious, which I understand, you can rely on that. So, yeah. I mean, you have the President of the United States essentially announcing his intention to ignore Congress. Nothing that gets put into the continuing budget resolution will actually be guaranteed to go to anyone in your state through the federal government. You cannot rely on the federal government to actually fulfill its promise to send out funds. That's the entire point of them talking about impoundment ceaselessly. So again, I need to remind all of you, this is the final roadblock between us and like a true authoritarian stretch. After this, we're very firmly in like the territory of we have no effective bureaucratic means to rein in this president or this mad king. This is the last one. We are already looking at this administration on the words of just unelected officials in power right now, having permanent residents of the United States seized by ICE and disappeared into the ICE facilities. That's already happening. There will be no blocks on that outside of potentially injunctions from courts, but even that, who's going to enforce that? Like, if this roadblock gets ignored, if we blow through it, then we just have to like sit and pray to the court system. And not only that, we have to pray to the courts and whatever holy ghost might move some kind of law agency to actually act upon the orders of the court. So, yeah, we're in a... this is the bad place. Or rather, we're a hair's breadth after the bad place. After a no vote, do they have to write a new budget? After a no vote, they would have to work together with Democrats in order to come up with an acceptable budget. At which point, Democrats would say, there is no circumstance under which we are going to vote for a budget unless you guys put explicit guardrails to keep Elon Musk's filthy hands off of our budget and to keep the president from impounding this budget. And failing that, they need to sit back and say, we're not going to vote. We are not going to fund this government. If we have to sit back and not fund the government for years, we will do that. Because what we are talking about here is the very existence and power structure that has kept America stable and democratic for hundreds of years. if this is allowed to go, we do not have Congress. We have a king nominally bound by court systems that king can ignore on his whim. So, if need be, Congress should say, we're taking our ball and we're going home until you can play with us. Yeah, we're literally talking about whether like Article 1 of the Constitution exists. And if Article 1 of the Constitution doesn't exist, folks, none of it does. At like I can't emphasize enough, like this is like if we blow through this barrier, there is no guarantee we ever have an election again. So, call your senators. Call them tonight. Leave a message. Send them an email. Set an alarm for tomorrow. Call them tomorrow. Email them again tomorrow. Call them on Thursday. Email them on Thursday. And call them and email them even on Friday morning. Do it. We don't have it. We don't have the luxury to not. You can't grill and chill. Yeah, I mean, exactly, Paladin. What we need are, I agree with you completely, rules that prevent impoundment, full independent oversight of Doge, a ruling that Medicaid cannot be cut, and the requirements can't be changed without bipartisan support. Yep. 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 What argument would convince a Republican senator to say no to cloture? Talk about their legacy, talk about the Constitution, talk about the power of Congress being undermined, talk about how this is kind of a point of no return, talk about how this will, essentially put them down in history as a traitor to the Republic. You know, tell them that, if they vote on this, you will do everything within your power and you will mobilize every single person in your community that you can in order to make sure that they do not stay in power, that you will vote them out. And granted, if this budget resolution goes through, voting might not count for much, but right now it scares the shit out of them. The thought of that scares the shit out of them, and use that fear. Would organizing still be possible? Organizing is still going to be possible, Comrade Girl. If this fails, it's just that at that point we're kind of organizing. Like there's no real organizing to obtain things from members of Congress. Really, Congress will be vestigial. It'll be organizing in order to damage the investments of Elon Musk. It'll be organizing to, via like Tesla takedown, for example, or organizing to, express rage and solidarity with one another and grow that rage and grow that solidarity so that when shit really starts hitting the fan later, we have an organized base of support. Yeah, like it is always worthwhile to organize more and more power. But if this budget resolution passes, like we're organizing just to organize to pressure power with our own power. It's not going to be for specific things from Congress because Congress won't be doing anything. Congress will be, again, vestigial. It'll be pointless. The power will be wielded by the executive. The money will be wielded by the executive. So we'll continue to organize and we'll get some kind of critical mass at some point, but like the tools for our organizations to use will be greatly diminished. Does that make sense? Yeah, if your senators are Durbin or Schumer, that's a really good point, Sheepbang. Make sure you talk to them about whipping votes to make sure other people in the Senate hold the line. Because Dick Durbin and Chuck Schumer, that's their job. Their job is to get people to fall in line. I called my senator, but I'm still scared. It is okay to be scared, hacker lords, Satan. But call them again tomorrow, and call them again on Thursday, and call them again Friday morning. I'm scared too. But acting, all of us together, we might be able to change this. The way you talk is scary, but it's in the way that makes me actually want to act rather than cower. I appreciate it. Setting a timer to call tomorrow morning. Hell yeah, Arf. Because we're all about I'm all about making sure I'm not bullshitting any of you about how serious this is. Because I think too many people and too many positions of power are not actively talking about how scary this is because they want their constituents to go to sleep. They don't want their constituents to call. They want people to just ignore them until they vote, and then after that, it'll be too late. You know, too bad. My hands are tied. Already happened. Haha. Gonna go vacation in the Bahamas. I have to be up at 4 a.m. anyway. I'm calling first thing. That's what I love to hear, Underground Uncle. And I would love for our next stream, you guys have homework. Okay, you guys have homework. I want you guys to share your stories about calling in. I want you guys to come in to stream tomorrow to talk about your experiences calling in. I might have folks call in tomorrow in order to talk about your experiences and encourage others to call in as well. Because we have 48 hours. I want to make as much use of those 48 hours as possible. So we'll do our call in. Okay, we'll be probably limiting call ins to like 5-10 minutes a piece. But whew. Just got here. What do we need to call about? You need to call your senator to tell them to block the continuing budget, the continuing resolution, to pass a temporary budget. Is this stream over? No. All it does is give them more time to continue slashing and burning the government, all of those vital services that people rely on, and all it does is give them more time to whip votes necessary so that they can cut uh, funding to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. That's it. That's all it does. We need to shut it all down, give the courts time to catch up to Elon Musk and his miscreants. Yep. One Eyed Heathen, I don't think I'm going to have people call in live, just too big of a personal info risk. And also, my stream is very late, so like that's probably not going to be an option for folks. Yeah. Also, just a heads up, stream will be late on Thursday. So, this is just a week of late streams. I apologize. My Democratic rep knows me because I kept calling, have been demanding a town hall from him to hopefully give him more confidence to grow a spine. Let's go, Andrew S. Perfect plan. And you know what? Let your Democratic rep know that if he doesn't want to show up to a town hall, you'll put together a town hall for him, and AOC and Bernie Sanders will be invited. Tim Walz will be invited. You know? They have open invitations. May as well use them, you know? So we need them to go to shutdown? Yes. At this point, a full government shutdown is the best possible option for us. Yeah, we talked about Jared Golden, that spineless fucker. Honestly, calling him a fucker is too generous. That implies he's had sex. God. I Yeah, MS. Like I'm a trans socialist, you know, with a show that's, you know, becoming more prominent, and like I don't know, it's kind of scary to be relatively even my level of prominent speaking out in opposition of our current government. Like they literally had to ICE come and disappear a guy for speaking out in a way that the government didn't like. So, you know, I have some personal fears, but that's not going to shut me up. And yeah, I'm going to keep talking until I can't. The budget expires Friday if this doesn't pass. Correct, Amber Blackwell. Um, uh, it's just important that we do this, guys. It is crucially important that you call and get in contact with your senators and let them know to vote against the continuing resolution. It's dreadfully important. Too important to not act upon. And yeah, Zach, a judge blocked. My understanding is that a judge blocked the deportation of Muhammad Khalil, but that he is still in ICE custody. And, you know, he was arrested in New York and is now being held like in Mississippi or something. Like, it's insane. Never charged with a crime. All of his rights being violated as a resident of the United States. Thank you, Banana Brains. Yes, I will turn back on the alerts. And I will take a look at the messages you guys left while we were doing that very serious segment. Let me just say thank you to all you fine folks. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Republicans' extreme cuts to all the social services is eugenics. That's the long and short of it. True! Andrew S., thank you for the $5 dono. Get your Dem reps moving. This is our one shot to stymie the authoritarians' unchecked power. If you do not move your Dem rep, you could get a Newsom. True, Andrew S. And just as a reminder, folks, at this point, we're not talking about House representatives. You know, call them, of course, but like right now for this particular continuing resolution, you need to call your senators. It's already cleared the House. Just to be clear. Logan Hill, thank you for the $20 super chat. I very much appreciate that. I called my GOP reps and framed it in a conservative lens, praised them, said they were men of conscience, and that they are ideologically consistent. How it would be a problem if the Democrats did this. We'll do it again. Go for it, Logan Hill. Alan Showerman, thank you for the $5 super chat. I hereby decree this group of viewers to be cuties who call. Riverboat, can you do a call example because it can help some of us with call anxiety? I will maybe do that tomorrow. My Dem rep knows me because I kept calling. Oh, that Andrew S. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really, really appreciate that. God. Boo. Yeah, they also ICE also arrested a German tourist. Like there's some heinous shit going on right now, folks. Harper, it is always good when you are calling your elected representatives and senators to have a calm but firm tone. Okay? Calm but firm. Did Sam Cedar have like a
name is the GO.
Oh god. Here. Oh. Sam Cedar did a similar segment. That's good.
Tuesday, March 11th. A little bit less.
Here, let's there a timestamp that they do the
Or
call?
is
Yeah.
not the same.
City?
Yeah. 6.
Yes. Did you plug in the?
We haven't plugged them in.
All right.
Why don't I just call from my phone and we can do it like that? Or you call from your phone. Just do it on speaker.
All right. Let's do it that way.
Let's do it that way.
Oh, we have it now?
And now it's working? All right.
Yeah, it's on.
Let's call the... Do you want to call back the DC office?
No, I'll just call that one again.
Okay. Yep.
4430.
Mm-hmm.
If they ask, if they want my address, just put down the sound.
They won't ask.
Okay.
You might.
Thank you for calling U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer's New York City office. We are currently unable to take your call. Please leave your name, New York community you reside in, number, and brief message after the tone. You may also visit Senator Schumer's website at www.schumer.senate.gov for assistance with a federal agency or to submit a comment. Thank you once again for calling and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Sam Cedar. I live in New York City. I am a constituent of Senator Schumer's. And also, we are playing this on the Majority Report at the moment. Just want to
Hello.
leave a message.
Also a constituent.
In fact, there's 4 constituents here. I think we are we are all unified. We want Senator Schumer to do something as the leader of the Democrats in the Senate and make sure that he stops the continuing resolution if there is nothing written about Elon Musk stopping the shutting down of our government that he's been doing for the past 6 weeks. Vote no on the continuing resolution and no on cloture. Thank you.
Thanks.
Free Mahmood.
Yeah.
To send this message, press pound or hang up. To play it, 3.
There we go.
There you go. Perfect example. Perfect example. And also, folks, if you need like a script to actually like look at while you're on the phone, 5 Calls has one. No federal funding CR without Doge guardrails. It's passed the House. But guess what? You can read their little script here. Boom, nailed it. I'm calling to demand that representative/senator name vote against any continuing resolution that doesn't include enforceable guardrails for Doge. Elon Musk and his team of computer hackers have no legal jurisdiction over how our government spends money. Congress must stop them and take back their constitutional power of the purse. Thank you for your time and consideration. You know, I'm blank, and I'm a constituent from blank. Calm but firm. Calm but firm. Okay? Yeah, 5 calls is super, super useful. All you got to do, set your location, puts in your different senators and representatives. So if you need to have a script, if you're really anxious and can't just wing it, again, here you go, here you go, here you go. An even more specific link that will take you to a page specifically for that issue. Okay? I'm scared I messed up. Don't worry about it. The important thing is making the call. You might not say every little thing perfectly. You might not actually know whether or not you're doing it right. If you check the script against what you said, you'll be okay. And again, you can go off script. It's okay. The important thing is that they get these calls. One more requirement for the CR, the House must have an up and down vote on tariffs every 30 days. That'd be great. There are a lot of demands you can tuck in to make this all make the continuing resolution better. But the important thing that I care most about is that you call and tell them to vote against it. To hold the line. Did you hear what the House GOP did about the tariffs? Yeah, they gave up power to Donald Trump. They're basically just rolling over, showing their belly, and waiting to get slaughtered. Essentially. Thing's so stupid. Of course they did, right? Of course they did. So, folks, I know we kind of hit the ground running today. I'm going to continue making those calls to action for folks to call and to put pressure on their senators. And I need every single one of you here to commit to calling and also commit to communicating to other people in your family, in your social circles, etc., that they need to do it too. Okay? Because I have a decent reach here, you know, like how many people are watching stream right now? Like I mean, like not to toot my own horn or anything, but like you know, we got like 370, 400 people watching right now, which is a decent amount. But you know what? If every single one of you got like 5 people, that's exponentially more powerful. Exponentially more powerful, okay?
I annoyed senators. I sent out emails and made a ton of calls. I suppose I should make more calls.
That is kind of the name of the game for the next little while here, One-Eyed Heathen, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I guarantee I can get my mom and dad on board. Hell yeah! You know any angry white lib moms? You guys know any angry white lib moms? Okay? Get them calling, okay? Angry white wine lib moms who stay home every day? Get them calling. Get them calling. Let's go. Wine moms unite. Yeah, let them know they can have a mimosa between calls. Republicans said days no longer exist. Each day for the remainder of the 119th Congress shall not constitute a calendar day for the purposes of emergency that Mr. Trump declared on February 1st. You know, Democrats need to be like pointing this shit out constantly. And they aren't. It's wild, you know? Absolutely wild. Yeah, the Republicans basically bent the rules of how Congress looks at time in order to allow Donald Trump's tariffs to just be perpetual. That doesn't sound like a real story. It's literally in the New York Times. And granted, the New York Times has been slipping of late, but like that part is unfortunately very real. God. Folks, we've been going for an hour and a half. If you've been getting anything valuable out of today's stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without you guys. I couldn't get on and yell at you all to get a fire under your butts about this without your subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. So please keep them coming because I love doing this job and I like to think I'm getting better at it all the time. Are you gonna have AOC on the show? I would love to have AOC on the show. I don't know if she'll come. I'm not as big or bigger than Hassan yet. So, you know. Gonna head to bed. We'll call and or email in the morning. Hell yeah, Amber Blackwell. Let's go. Get good sleep. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You wrote, I will never need any of these social services, but the other dumb fucks in my income class don't do the necessary jobs of the people who need them, who do need them. Exactly. CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations here in Ohio, has instructed visa holding and green card holding students not to protest or engage in any activism whatsoever, citing the last arrest and stating that any activist activity is dangerous for foreign students.
Is it just
Yeah.
me, or does this situation look like the longest, grossest aristocrats joke ever?
You know, I never found out what that was, so that reference goes over my head. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm getting my grandma and aunt and family to call tomorrow. That's what I love to see, Fiona. I'm good. I follow the rules. I wash my hands. I make my phone calls. I'm good. Hell yeah, Eddie. Yeah, Lord Lycanthrope, you don't know how right you are. Like, I know a lot of people today were focusing on the Donald Trump was selling Tesla cars on the lawn of the White House. But like, I need to point out one specific thing that really stood out to me in the news coverage today, and it's this 30-second long clip.
By the way, when you take away that artificial line that looks like it was done with a ruler,
Yeah.
and that's what it was. Some guy sat there years ago and they said, rah. Well, when you take away that and you look at that beautiful formation of Canada and the United States, there is no place anywhere in the world that looks like that. It's
Plus Greenland, of course. Plus Greenland.
And then if you add Greenland, that's even.
I mean,
that's pretty
it's
good.
going to look beautiful.
Okay? What are you going to tell by the way,
This is some literally like Hitler 1933 talking about Poland shit. He's literally talking about like Poland and Denmark. right? Like he and Elon are chuckling about invading and taking over Canada. It is exactly a mirror image of like 1933 Hitler chortling about taking Poland and taking Denmark. They're talking about oh man, that border right there, it's imaginary. Imagine taking it away and suddenly it's all ours. We need the living space. Like I don't even have like in-depth commentary on this particular topic. Like this is just evil, you know? And they aren't letting go of this. I don't know exactly what their angle is, but they keep, Donald Trump keeps levying these tariffs and saying like, "Oh, we'll take away the tariffs once you agree to be annexed as our 51st state." Teehee. Like, dude's serious about this shit. Yeah, it's clearly not a joke. But like to him, he certainly thinks it is. At least Elon certainly thinks it is. God. So horrible. Also, okay. Look, I know that this is also another big part of what happened today. Just take a look at this.
Some say they should be labeled domestic terrorists.
I will do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company. I've stuck up for the NFL. I've stuck up for a lot of American companies and other companies, but American companies. I did a very big favor for the NFL. I do favors for all. When you heard an American company, especially a company like this, supplies so many jobs that others are unable to do, when you do that, those people are going to go through a big problem when we catch them. And we have we got a lot of cameras up. We already know who some of them are. We're going to catch them. And they're bad guys. They're the same guys that screw around with our schools and universities, the same garbage. And we're going to catch them. And let me tell you, you do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you and you're going to go through hell.
Yeah, so anyone who breaks something on company grounds is now a domestic terrorist. It's pretty rich coming from the guy who literally just pardoned like thousands of people who broke into the actual Capitol complex. It's insane. It's insane. That's what Teslas look like. That's what some Teslas look like. Additionally, folks, I just need you guys to see. I know that was a big deal. Like he wants to like label protesters domestic terrorists, which is insane. Obviously, obviously unconstitutional, etc. It's going to be fought in the courts. We are facing so many threats right now, but my brain cannot get off of this particular clip, which is maybe one of the craziest things I've ever seen, and one of the biggest indicators that this man's brain is absolutely and thoroughly cooked.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wow.
I get this other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow.
Everything's computer. Dog. Where are all of the think pieces about Joe Biden being old? Okay, wait, you remember how like everyone constantly was talking about Joe Biden is so old and so brain broken, etc. And like they were right. But also, where are all of those same people on this guy? He gets such a pass for being like a moron. They're like, "Oh, well, you know, he's always been like that." It's like I don't think he's always been like that, guys. Everything's computer? Dog can barely string words together.
Beautiful. Wow. That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful.
Everything's computer.
Yeah, it's just a brake and an accelerator.
I don't want to.
Give Secret Service a heart attack.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Can you start it?
Should I?
Yeah. Oh, it's. So, do you want to actually drive it?
You don't want me to drive it, do you?
I saw Biden do a.
I'll tell you, it could be.
Once in the Jeep.
Yeah,
It's very easy to drive.
That's. You're the only one that saw it.
So it's like driving a golf cart, basically.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Very simple.
I don't know how many of you caught
I
that.
actually kinda miss the sleepy old grandpa now. Anyway, was hoping the end of Teehee Nation would be on Tuesday so I could make a Star Trek joke. Oh well, much love, Jack. Also, Dono Ghost go zoo.
Ooh, thank you for the $5 dono, Lady Rinklet. I very much appreciate it. But guys, in case you didn't catch this, that's Elon Musk explaining what an accelerator and a brake are in a car to the President of the United States. And not only that, he has to do it with a very interesting comparison here.
Saw it.
So it's like driving a golf cart, basically.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Very simple.
It's like driving a golf cart. Like, I'm sorry. This is a level of ineptitude and, like, baby-brained softness that I have difficulty wrapping my brain around. You know, like, maybe it's one thing if, like, someone lives in, like, a walkable city and they just never learned how to drive, you know, whatever, like, it's fine. But, like, Trump's been in many cars before. He should understand the basic principles. And like Elon Musk is like, yeah, it's like driving a golf cart. It's the only thing that still like makes sense to his, you know, ancient brain. Golf cart comparisons.
It's very simple. So it's literally like a golf cart that goes really fast.
Pretty bleak in the US at the moment. One piece of positive news, Duterte is going to face the ICC after his arrest.
True, Andrew S. And thank you for the $5 dono. It is nice to see that there is still some justice in the world with Duterte. But I need you all to catch this second part.
It's literally like a golf cart that goes really fast.
It's literally like a golf cart that goes really fast. The only way any sane person would be able to understand how a car works, it's like a golf cart that goes fast. It go vroom vroom. Yeah, we're literally like like a half step away from describing to a 5-year-old how a car works.
No gears.
This is really amazing. It's really amazing. Let's take a look at a couple of these. Think Biden could get into that car? I don't think so.
And in case you are all wondering why was he getting into a Tesla, just real quick. We got the do we have the image here? An image of the line of, there we go. This is what I was looking for.
How many golf carts explode every year compared to a Cybertruck?
I don't know. The Cybertruck is 17 times more explosive than the Ford Pinto, so I imagine quite a few more. But look at this, guys. They lined up a bunch of Tesla cars outside of the White House in order for Donald Trump to try and sell Tesla cars to the American public in order to pump the Tesla stock. He's literally a used car salesman. I hope with all of my heart that Donald Trump bought the Cybertruck. I hope that he bought that pristine new Cybertruck hot off the assembly line. God. Just as a fun fact, why would Donald Trump be doing this? Well, because his best friend in the whole world and the true president of the United States, Elon Musk, owns Tesla. And Tesla stock is down 31% this month. Lost a third of its value. Oh God. And yeah. He's trying to escalate like the popularity of Tesla. It's really pathetic. Did I see the image of what Trump was holding? I did. I didn't know if this was real or not. Is this actually real? You know what? At a certain point, I don't care. This is apparently a Getty image. Tesla pricing full self-driving Model X CT, with prices for each of these models. It's crazy, dog. It's crazy. He's literally selling the cars. He's literally selling the cars, and he has to come out and say, we're going to prosecute anyone who doesn't like them as terrorists. I was hesitant to buy a Tesla, but when I heard President Trump say everything is computer, I knew I had to have one. God. It even has financing details, right? So Hunter Biden just using his name to take money, to make money equals bad, but Trump cutting a Tesla commercial, the White House, A-OK, got it. Yep. Nailed it. Hey, Mr. Anderson. It mentions 0% financing, right? Remember when conservatives hated electric vehicles? That's the thing. They still hate electric vehicles. They stripped away part of like an executive order that was like trying to make half the country's cars electric in like the next 10 years. They literally have been undoing regulations that would benefit electric vehicles. It's crazy. They still hate electric cars so much, they're just making an exception for the grift. I think Trump missed his true calling as a used car salesman, right? Exactly. Exactly, Jenna Sparks. It doesn't land, they hate and cannot afford Teslas, right? That's the thing. I'm not too upset about police officers surrounding Tesla dealerships or what have you. Because you know what? I gotta be honest. Either way, like whether there are police there or not, like the mission is accomplished. Like no one wants to go in and buy a Tesla from a dealership that is surrounded by protesters or just surrounded by police. No one wants to do that. So either way, shut it all down. So does Elon just not care about an all-electric future anymore? I think that the more obvious conclusion is that he never cared. It was all a marketing gimmick. I don't think he ever really gave a shit. Yeah, now a lot of you guys are talking about like, oh man, the brand has been forever tainted. You guys don't have you guys have no idea how right you could be. I stumbled across this earlier today. Tesla bloodbath to continue. Hedge funder says Musk circus could lead to stock dropping 95%. Let's keep it going, folks. A Swedish hedge funder thinks it's a matter of when, not if, Tesla shares go lower in the future. Let's see. Swedish billionaire and hedge fund manager Christer Gardell thinks Tesla stock could decline even further in the coming months. Tesla, especially now with the whole Musk circus going on everywhere, is probably the most expensive stock on the global stock exchanges right now. It could go down 95%, and maybe it should go down 95%. Damn. Tesla is an eternal bubble that could pop. I have commented that it should have burst over the past 5 years, but it still hasn't. The valuation is incomprehensible. The hedge funder said when the crash comes, Tesla stock could fall dramatically and quickly. It's always hard to say when. It could happen in a month, 6 months, a year, 3 years, or 5 years. It's impossible to answer. American stocks have received very large flows recently. If you look at the American stock market, it's very expensive, both from a purely absolute perspective and from a historical perspective. Yeah. So just to point out here that like I really want people to understand that one of the things that Elon Musk has always ridden on is like speculative bubbles. Like part of his entire strategy is to be the ultimate hype man, build up valuation, and like try and make a killing, and then leverage that to make more money to pump up the bubble even more, et cetera, et cetera. And that's kind of like what's happening. And at some point for people like him, the piper comes calling. You know, like you can only expand the bubble so many times. And famously, internally, Elon Musk operates without any kind of like internal safety net or guardrails or anything. When his wealth starts popping, it could take him out like completely in a number of different ways. Like these guys borrow money from all kinds of people all the time on the basis of their wealth. And if that wealth gets punctured, if that veneer like starts to crumble, they're in really big shit with the people they owe money. If that stock tanks, that the fact that everyone in the GOP hates him too is going to get real knives out. Well, that's the thing. I think that's exactly why Donald Trump held this press conference today in like just a shocking show of debasement for the office of the president of the United States, where he's literally trying to sell the American public cars. And like, I think it's because he's, at least on some level, some primal level, Donald Trump is aware that if Elon Musk's stock tanks, God, I can't. If Elon Musk's stock tanks, his power goes with it, you know? Yeah, Starlink is in a bad spot from rockets exploding. SpaceX is in a bad spot, again, from rockets exploding. And on top of that, like, these companies only survive off of government contracts. If the government shuts down, guys, that starts depriving Elon Musk of a lot of revenue that his companies rely on to be profitable. If the government shuts down, it helps to puncture Elon Musk's net worth. And if we continue to see it puncture in Tesla, SpaceX, and Starlink, that is going to put him in a really, really, really bad spot. And I do really want to emphasize here that, like, if those things pop, that's going to have a ripple effect through our economy. But also, that's going to be a big wake-up call, and effectively, it's going to signal the end of Elon Musk being able to leverage massive amounts of wealth to a degree no one else is capable of amassing it, you know? Right now, Elon Musk is going all in, trying to purchase political favors and purchase every single Republican politician he can. If his wealth goes, he's not going to be able to do that. So, I don't know. To me, the government shutdown is even more necessary if we want to get rid of Elon Musk. Also, I feel like I look really cute today. Unrelated. Folks, we've been going for 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and continue hitting that sub button, the dono button, the super chat button. Hit the buttons, babies. Thank you. I think the jacket looks good as well. Although this top is like a bit wonky. Like not quite straight. I'm trying to even it out. Whew. Thank you, Distron. I need to go get something out of my teeth. I'll be right back. And I'm also going to get some water. Don't you guys go anywhere. Support the stream. Go do the things. Remember to call your senators. Let's go! Use exclamation point organize and do the things, folks. Be right back.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came. turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, 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 everybody. I'm back. How we doing? Oof. Sorry, need to adjust the jacket. That song is so good. Your songs are so good. Sorry, that was a little aggressive. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Hello, Stargazer Kaz. Hello, everyone. Did you miss me? Your friendly neighborhood riverboat? Whew. All right. I think I just told close to 30 people to call their senators. That's what I like to see, sweet myths. We need more people to know. We need more people to know. Also, can I just take, like, this isn't even like a full segment or anything. I just want to take a moment here. Trump threatens, then reverses new Canadian tariffs. Like, we're literally yo-yoing right now. President Trump on Tuesday imposed new retaliatory tariffs on Canada and insisted the only solution was for the country to join the United States, but then reversed his decision after Ontario agreed not to levy electricity exports. And like, yo, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? It's not even playing chicken. This like, he implemented the tariffs. You know, like, it's not playing chicken. Like, he's like, this would be like if the people playing chicken just slammed each other's cars into each other first, and then like we're like, nah, just kidding though. It's too late. You already slammed the car. I do, you know, an idea was floated on the Majority Report a few days ago, and I'm starting to buy into it more and more, that like Donald Trump and his insiders are just insider trading off of this information. You know, none of the people in Donald Trump's orbit have like recused themselves from their businesses or anything like that. They haven't like put their business interests into a blind trust or anything like that. I genuinely think that there is a very strong possibility that these people are all just looking at each other and saying like, okay, we're gonna implement the tariff for like 10 minutes tomorrow, and we're gonna buy during that time, and then we're gonna sell once it goes back up again. We're gonna make quick bucks, you know? You know, I've been a bit skeptical, but like, honestly, this has happened so many times now that I'm kind of like, that has to be the reason they're doing it, right? You know?
It's like playing chicken, but your chicken is Kentucky Fried.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you for the $5 dono, Pluvius. Also, just have to say, YouTube chat running away with the donos tonight. Putting Riverboat site to shame. I think there will be unintended consequences. Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, they're torching our relationship with Canada to make a quick buck. Absolutely going to be consequences to that. What could Trump do to actually get impeached and removed? Genuinely, I don't think that there's anything he could do that would allow Republicans in Congress to impeach him. Like, maybe some kind of very poorly executed violent coup maneuver. Maybe some kind of like if he got caught on camera diddling children. Maybe. But like, genuinely, I can't. I at this point, I think that Republicans would just excuse that. Like, they'd just be like, "Oh, those children were asking for it, though. Did you see how provocatively they were dressed?" That's how Republicans would react to that at this point. I think what's gonna end up being necessary is that a lot of Republicans are going to have to suffer, and they're gonna have in order to understand. Like, if these budgets go through, maybe the suffering imposed upon them by the Trump administration will be enough to be like, "Oh, yeah, we done goofed." And there's always going to be a contingent that's like constantly making excuses for him because it's a cult. But I think at some point there's going to be a certain amount of suffering would tip those scales, you know? Like I do think that there is a level of suffering at which these people would wake up, but I don't know what that level is, you know? Well, Mithril, thank you for the £2 dono. I very much appreciate that. But here's for a positive. Thank you very much. I think that's called a come to Jesus moment. Yeah, no kidding. You know, I know it's trite at this point, but it really seems obvious to me that if Jeffrey Epstein had simply launched a MAGA podcast, Republicans would have flocked to him, you know? They would have talked about how Democrats unfairly maligned him. Now, if you guys want a good, like a interesting and perhaps heartening take, if all we have left to rely on is the courts, let's turn to Chris Geidner here over on Blue Sky with a bit of hopium. Okay, a roundup response to they won't follow the court orders, people. First of all, you're wrong. The administration is following many of the court orders. What's more, they're showing their understanding of the validity of court orders by seeking stays pending appeal when they lose. Then there are questions of compliance in some cases where the government is arguing a narrow interpretation of an order, while the plaintiffs argue a broad one. This is litigating and it's messy, but it's not abnormal. Finally, yes, there are going to be bad actors, and DOJ has for now shown that many lawyers there are still working to helping those clients shape up. But if DOJ is part of the problem and can't control their clients, then yes, the courts will have to take action. At that point, as I've written, things go down a dark and messy path. But if your answer to every single ruling right now is they won't follow it, you're not paying attention to what's actually happening, and you're helping to make that dark path a reality. Since this has escaped containment and is reaching people unfamiliar with my work, no, this is not Pollyanna bullshit. As I said elsewhere, and write daily, things are bad and not getting better anytime soon. The point is that the fight is worth it, and part of that fight is in the courts. Which, true. While you're here, take a look around. It's a lot, and I don't sugarcoat things. It's grim, but I get it. Law Dork, frankly, folks, if you want to keep ahead and on top of all the legal goings on, Chris Geidner is doing some incredibly important work over on Law Dork. Yeah. It's not going to work in every single instance. But the legal fight is a core component of what's happening. Yeah. Like, it is link to those posts. I'll do you better. I'll link to Law Dork. Boop. 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 Yeah. It's not going to be successful in every single instance. Obviously, it hasn't been. But fighting this fight and drawing it out and bringing attention to these places where the Trump administration is overstepping and making sure that they implicate themselves fully and completely is important stuff going forward. If we ever do get back to democracy, if we ever do get back to some actual semblance of justice, having this on the record is going to be incredibly important. Mark Elias is doing really good work too. I absolutely agree. I'm not super familiar with Ken White's work at Popat, but I'm familiar with Popat. I just don't know like what Popat does. But Mark Elias and Law Dork, I can definitely vouch for. Keep in mind, it was the legal fight that triggered the fall of apartheid. True. True. Also, keep in mind, folks, that, like, I don't know, shit like this is happening with increasing regularity now. I was in the women's restroom, when a man came in and called out a question that left me nauseated. Hello, are you a male or female in there? A rumbling voice called into the women's restroom. A man's boots stepped across the threshold, clunking on the tile floor as I sat alone in the stall closest to the door. I stopped breathing and my heart skipped. My pants were down around my ankles and no one else was in earshot. My hands went to where my freshly shorn curls used to be, fingers twining into my 2 remaining inches of hair, and I wondered if I had made a mistake. I'd been using women's restrooms my entire life from when I had long braided pigtails and my mom taught me to lay down 2 layers of toilet paper on a seat, to my road trip around California as a white, skinny, short, non-binary person in my early 30s. My partner and I were on an adventure. We had sublet our apartment and were camping in a van for the summer. We slept every night on a memory foam mattress in the van and cooked most of our meals outdoors on a propane stove, immersed in nature at a distance from society and community. I could recognize my true self more clearly, and I took the opportunity to explore a more masculine appearance. I don't have much experience with people thinking I might be a man. Growing up, people always assumed I was a girl. Still can't cut my hair without shame. Hearing women's voices in my head, oh, but your hair is so lovely, you should keep it long. It's as if I hurt my community every time I do it. Okay? Is this the women's... Wait, let's see. I don't feel judged by my haircut until I traveled back into town. While I was washing my face at the sink in the restroom, someone peeked in and then left. I put my glasses back on and walked out. A woman with long hair was standing outside, uncertain, wearing a long skirt. When she turned to face me, I said hello. Is this the women's room, she asked? Yes, I answered curtly, forced a smile, and walked away quickly past the word women in 6-inch green painted letters on the wooden wall of the building. Like, these people, these conservative fucks are so, like, terrified of bathrooms. Like, that woman walked into the women's restroom, saw someone that, like, didn't fit what she thought, like, a woman should look like, or, like, what someone who belonged in the women's restroom should look like, and decided she had to wait outside to see whether or not the person in there was a man, a woman, or non-binary. Like that's insane. That's insane. If I walk into the bathroom in a public space and I see someone who I'm like, who doesn't conform to like my expectations, I don't give a shit. I'm there to use the bathroom. I go and pee or take a dump and mind my business. You know? The policing of this is bizarre. I guess I had been gendered as too butch to be in the women's room. Affirming? Slightly, but it was a preview to an unsolvable problem. If I'm not supposed to be in the women's room, but I also can't use the men's, how can I use the bathroom? My partner and I found a lovely city park with a picnic area and a gazebo to eat breakfast in after camping on national forest land nearby. After a mug of coffee, I visited the public restroom. I didn't expect a stranger to yell at me through the flimsy stall door. Hello, are you a male or female? I was the only person using the restroom. The kids who had been there in there a minute ago had left. I felt the man's eyes on my sneakers and blue hiking pants under the stall. I was scared of this harassment could escalate if I didn't say something to diffuse the situation. I gulped and called back, hello? Oh, you're a female. My bad. He sounded reassured by my quavering voice. I heard his footsteps leaving the room. And let's just take a quick moment here to note that these weird conservative fucks who want to like police bathrooms have no problem if they're a man going into the women's bathroom. You know? Conservative men have no problem just barging into the women's restroom if they think someone shouldn't be in it based on how they look. It's crazy, dog. Well, like men aren't supposed to be in this room. You're in this room. Yeah, but I'm built different. Like that's crazy. It's fucking creepy. That's why we need to continue calling these people weird. We need to call these people creeps. We need to call these people exactly what they are. You know, like, I'm sorry, if you're nominating yourself to be the genital police of the bathroom, you're fucking weird. You're a fucking creep. If somebody is in the bathroom, using the stall, minding their own business, I don't give a fuck what's in their pants. And neither should you. Guess what, fuckos? We already have laws against people who sexually harass folks in bathrooms. We already have laws against people who commit sexual assaults in bathrooms. We have laws for that. We don't also need laws to empower citizen genital inspectors. Disgusting. And why was a man even in the women's room questioning me? Did a kid's mother report me to her husband for looking too much like a man in the women's room? Perhaps they were alarmed that I, with my short hair, had been in the restroom with their young kids. I felt physically ill at the troubling thought that someone would assume I would do anything harmful to children. I hadn't said anything, made eye contact with anyone, or done anything other than sit quietly in the stall in the room that matches my assigned sex at birth. I felt bad for looking masculine to make myself more comfortable because I didn't want to make anyone else uncomfortable. Some part of me longed to return to my habit of looking more like a woman, but I felt sick from not feeling right in my body. It's, that's really sad. Yeah. Sorry. Link to the article. Yeah, here you go. The story is full of additional twists and turns. The author returns to that same bathroom while a plumber, like a week later, while a plumber is putting in a toilet, and the plumber identifies them on site as a man and directs them to use the men's room. And like, for like trans people, there's no winning, you know? They're like, if you're a trans woman and you want to follow the rules, there's no winning. If you're non-binary and you want to follow the rules, there's no winning. If you're a trans man and want to follow the rules, there's no winning. The bathroom laws are designed to just put us in a no-win position.
Connection
Fucking
interrupted,
Kobayashi
and I
Maru.
go from hearing about Trump and Teslas to someone nominating themselves genital inspector. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, truly anything is possible on the Riverboat Jack program. Vontex, thank you for the $5 super chat. Have you begun to think about the 30 million people who chose not to vote? Gee, I think about those people all the time. I think about those people all the time. But you know what? More than that, I think those people do care about trans issues. I think people in general are pretty supportive of trans folks. I think all of the polling suggests that people support non-discrimination laws against trans people and support the general concept of mind your own fucking business when it comes to trans people. Like, I'm firmly in the camp of mind your business when someone else is using a public restroom. So that's where I'm at, and that's where most of America is at. And I think if you try and like push any of that other nonsense onto Americans, I think that they turn against you pretty quick, because it's very clear that if you look at the position of people who support trans people, that's reasonable, and it's supported by most reasonable people. And if you look at what Republicans support, guess what? Republicans support weird genital inspection shit. And most of those 30 million people, they're not on board with that. Gee, I don't know why you keep throwing this out there as if like, are you a bot? Are you like a bot account? Are you an NPC? Because like, I routinely talk about winning over non-voters. This is not the stream to come in and talk about like appealing to non-voters. I literally talk about it all the time. Cool, then absorb new information. If you're not a robot, absorb new information, please. We got to be like Captain Kirk and fix the scenario. True. We got to cheat the test. We got to cheat the system and overload it. Also, I'm just going to reiterate, people hate people hate urinals. Here's my radical proposition to all of you. Let's greatly expand bathroom access by making all bathrooms gender neutral and just have all bathrooms be stalls. Boom. So many problems solved. So many goddamn problems solved. Nailed it. Urinals suck. Every goddamn cisgender man I've ever met hates urinals. Like, to the point where you guys have to have like elaborate rituals to figure out which urinal is okay and not gay enough to use. You know, it's weird as shit. Just use a normal toilet. Goddamn. And you know what? You can still stand when you use like a normal toilet. Just goddamn aim. It's weird as piss. Hey, I like that. Are we having the urinal convo again? Yeah, because we keep having trans bathroom convos. And you know what? I'm going to bring up how weird urinals are every single time we have the trans bathroom conversation. You know? I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring it up because urinals suck. And honestly, it's the only thing that differentiates men's rooms from women's rooms. And we should just have gender neutral rooms. Just have, instead of having men's bathrooms, women's bathrooms, just have fucking bathrooms. We just had fucking bathrooms for literally millennia until like the Victorian era, you know? Every single one of you in your house has a gender neutral bathroom. If it's good enough for your house, it's good enough for the public. Urinals are capitalist propaganda. But what if a man sees a bloody tampon? Then he needs to grow a pair and deal with it. Now, I will say, to the point of going back to the fascist favorite of ancient Rome and do communal toilets again, I will say that we should not go back to Roman toilets simply because they had a tendency to explode. And I do not support exploding toilets. Are we going to watch the rest of the Sam Cedar vid tonight? I think we might do another section of it, yeah. I need to chill out a little bit because today has sucked. It's been really hard for me today. Still, one of my favorite fun facts of history is that Roman outhouses had magic spells carved into them to ward off explosions brought upon by the gods that were actually the result of like gases like methane building up in the sewer system and igniting occasionally. So people didn't know why that was happening, so they thought it was the anger of the gods. So they used like magic. They literally wrote magic symbols into their toilets to prevent the explosions. Magic symbols and prayers. Imagine being a Roman and take your last fat dump. Well, to be fair, most people were more afraid of the rats because rats would literally come out of the toilet and bite your ass while you were while you were taking a shit. So like Roman toilets were scary as fuck. Imagine being a soldier in Warhammer 40K, but you also have to deal with like the Roman toilets or the equivalent thereof. You got to say the prayer to the machine spirit of the toilet, otherwise it explodes. Yo, G, like, it's wild how you want to keep talking about urinals, but accuse me of being a bot for mentioning, like, okay, you can be the main character for a second. For mentioning how you need to win over voters. Yeah, the issue is I acknowledged your point, and then you kept bringing it up without adding anything else. You just, like, reposted something you previously posted before, and so I like just was genuinely asking, and then you decided to be like a flippant smartass about it in a very not clever way. And how do you plan to win over 30 million voters? Simple, with worker first policies, with policies that empower the working class. Things like paid maternity leave, paid paternity leave, paid child care, Medicare for all, housing for all programs, federal funding for food banks to make sure that food from our nation's farms get to people in food banks where they need it. Bringing back postal banking, championing policies that encourage workplaces to become democratically owned and operated. Things like that. Raising the minimum wage, empowering unions, stuff like that. I think it's a pretty big no-brainer. A platform along those lines would win over a lot of people who've been trained to basically ignore politics because they view it as largely immaterial to their lives. Make it material. Which you would know if you stuck around and paid attention to anything that I talked about on this show, but you came in and decided to be a real piss baby about the fact that we were talking about a trans topic the second you came in, and you decided that was all we talk about here on this show, when I'm a literal goddamn socialist and I talk about workers' rights all the time. It's kind of crazy to come in here and be like, oh, but non-voters. And it's like, yeah, I'm not a shill for the Democratic Party. That's not my position. Never has been. Never will be. I do advocate for people to join the Dems so we can make them better and radicalize them to farther left politics that actually favor the working class. He dipped, I guess. Well, yeah, because he was a dumbass. Also, and I'm just going to throw this out there. You know who uses public restrooms? The working class. You know who cares about not having their genitals inspected in a public restroom? The people most likely to be using public restrooms. The working class. So I don't know. This idea that like workers don't care about bathrooms or bathroom rights. I don't know. Maybe you want to talk to Amazon warehouse workers who had to pee in like bottles because they didn't have time to go use the restroom. Maybe you want to talk about delivery drivers who literally got urinary infections because they couldn't stop and use the bathroom. Like who cares about bathrooms? Working class people care about bathrooms. That's who. Oh, I love the Erfurt latrine disaster, Rob Adler. It's one of my favorite historical incidents of all time. Yeah. The thing is, not everyone cares about public restrooms because rich people generally don't use public restrooms. They have their special rich people bathrooms, Most working class folks are totally transphobic. That's not true. Beep boop. Ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba. Let's see. Yes. In an August 2022 national survey, 83% of respondents believe that transgender people deserve the same rights as other Americans. Boom. Unless the working class is only that, I guess, 17% of Americans. It's only true if what you view as working class is incorrect. That, yeah, good point, Gamer G. Good point. I'm cis, but I've gotten in trouble at school for taking too long to take a dump. You know, sometimes it takes as long as it takes. Civil rights and labor rights go hand in hand. Too true, Mr. Anderson. Boo. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. I'm loving it. Oof. Back crack. Tipster, your boss makes $1 where you make a dime, so be sure to poop on company time. Let's go! I think we can all agree high school restrooms are terrible. Sure. You know what would make them better? If they were non-gendered and just had all stalls. Boom, nailed it. As an IBS sufferer, I'm always pooping on company time. You love to see it. Let's go. Sorry, I know I'm treading a little bit of water. Let's go check out this
Name is the.
Oh god. Here, let's check out the rest of the Sam Cedar Jubilee. I've been having a lot of fun going through it. The boys' rooms at my high school lacked doors on the stalls in the mid-90s. Oh, that sucks. Ugh, that sucks. It would be great if high school bathrooms didn't have bullies in them. True. Shouldn't there be a shitter next to every class door? Maybe in an ideal world, WJ Adam. Maybe in an ideal world. All right. I do like having this back and forth with you, chat. It's fun stuff. Here we go. So, folks, we're back again for part 3 of our descent into...
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
A wonderful, wonderful holiday where we get to celebrate Sam Cedar dunking on a bunch of children. And I, for one, am here for it. And let's jump in. We're in section 3 of this, which is approximately halfway through the video. Sam has just successfully laid some intellectual smackdown on a lady who appears to be a neo-Nazi. and is just claiming to be proudly xenophobic. So, that's kind of where we're at. Let's take a look at what the rest of this might be, shall we?
My next claim is the GOP will destroy Social Security and health care.
One thing I love about Sam, laser focused on Social Security, and I gotta be honest with you guys, having watched enough of the Majority Report, this is Sam's best topic. Sam Cedar loves nothing more than to talk about Social Security and issues related to it. And it's crazy, you know? It's crazy, crazy, crazy. It's also wonderful because as we're about to talk about issues related to Social Security, we've got people in YouTube chat accusing me of being obsessed with bathrooms when we're now talking about Social Security. Like, I don't know, watch the show a bit before you decide you don't understand what's happening, I guess. But you do you, whatever. You don't have to watch my show. That being said, Social Security is absolutely being gutted right now as we speak by conservatives. They have slashed the number of Social Security Administration offices by 60%. And that's their sideways way of coming after Social Security, but they will find others, especially in the budget resolutions that are sure to come. And yeah, let's hop right into it because I'm sure we've got some upstanding young conservatives who are about to champion how the GOP is definitely not going to cut Social Security, despite the fact that they are literally talking about doing it every single day now as they gear up to try and pass this budget resolution. So, whatever. Let's go into it.
Nice to see you.
So, what if Social Security should go away?
What if we fed the elderly into wood chippers? What if I saw this movie once called Logan's Run, where they just kill everyone that hits the age of 30. What if we just fed the elderly into wood chippers? What if we did that? Hospital, what are you talking about? What information war? Are you a veteran of the information war? Are you from the universe of Johnny Mnemonic? Fucking nuts over there.
That's my question to you.
Because
dog, if you think the LGBT community is losing elections, you are dumber than a box of rocks and you're falling for conservative propaganda. People turn out in elections for working class issues. They do not turn out in elections to vote against queer people. Sorry, that's just facts. And if you're turning out in elections to vote against queer people, you're just a bigot. And I don't really give a fuck what you think, and I'm going to defeat you. And so are all my homies. Like, full stop. Oh, you think people don't deserve civil rights because they're different from you? Well, you know what? There were people in this country who thought that about black people. And you want to know what? Their children and grandchildren are embarrassed to speak their names around the dinner table at night. They're those bigots are the dirty secrets of their families. Those bigots are going to have no one crying over them when they go and meet their maker, okay? So, if you want to talk about people who lost the information war, I think historically, people who want to discriminate against others on the basis of characteristics like race or gender or sexuality consign themselves to the dustbin of history. They're the ones losing the information war. And, well, history vindicates me to this day, and I believe history will vindicate me in the years to come. And you can go on being absolutely and completely irrelevant And I'm sure when you get a bit older, you'll wonder where all your friends and family have gone. And I'm here to tell you that they've just kind of caught on to the fact that you suck. You know, they caught on to the fact that you're a bigot, and they have options to hang out with people who are better than you. You know, people who aren't bigoted. Um, and I want you to know that that's a tragedy, because you don't have to be a bigot. You could simply choose to be a better person, but you don't. And that's sad. You know, every day that you live is just prolonging your tragedy. So I would suggest maybe doing some introspection and maybe deciding that, like, you don't need to hate gay people in order to live your life. You're projecting now? Maybe a bit, but you know what? You're not really contradicting anything I'm saying now, are you? It's pretty silly, isn't it? It's not really defensive if if what I'm doing right now is just laying out exactly what's happening to you right now. If I'm just explaining to you the exact state of confusion that you perpetually live in as you look around yourself and go, "Wait a minute, where did all my friends go? Why aren't my children calling me? Man, I don't understand." And like you might think, "Oh, it's arrogant. You try and create fake narratives. Cry more about it, asshole. Cry more about it." Oh, what are you an upstanding member of your community who doesn't at all discriminate against LGBTQ people? Yeah, because, you know, coming into random chats on the internet to talk about how queer people are losing elections, that's a real sign of someone who's well adjusted. You're so right. You're so right. Oh, how could I have been so wrong? You know, how could I have been so wrong? Oh, you're right. Most people in America support LGBTQ rights. But you know, they're losing like supporting that is a losing strategy. You're right. You're right. Supporting incredibly popular things is a losing strategy. Get your head out of your fucking ass. My God. Like what do you think is popular? Do you think like it's really crazy. You don't know my sexuality. I don't need to. You can be a bigot regardless of your sexuality. It's 2025. Anything's possible, baby. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not saying you're discriminating against me. It's just let me be crystal clear with you, hospital. The kind of person who comes into chats to talk about how unprompted, how LGBTQ issues are losing Democrats races, the kind of people who do that are bigots. And I need you to understand that you're both a bigot and completely and utterly divorced from the actual political reality, which is that queer rights are very popular. People support LGBT rights to get married, to use bathrooms, to, you know, not be discriminated against when it comes to housing or employment. These are all incredibly popular even to this day. And the fact that you're coming in here and saying, "Oh, well, they're losing issues for the election." Get the fuck out of here. You're a clown and deeply unserious. You will see your ignorance. Sure. I want you to rewatch this. I won't. I'm just going to edit it and put it up on YouTube. And other people are going to watch this and they're going to make an assessment based on what you're talking about. And you're going to look like a fool. Cuz I'm just going to look around here. Just quick show of hands in chat. How many people believe that hospital is a complete and utter ignoramus? How many of you like are like, this is actually really bad political calculus that you're doing? Yeah? Raise his hand. Clapping, of course. Yes, yes. You're all sycophants. How dare you agree with the very obvious truth in front of us? Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. How does it feel? Like, I genuinely wonder, how does it feel being like the village idiot? You know? Like coming into town, thinking you're high and mighty, and then suddenly getting pelted with rotten tomatoes as everyone points and laughs at you for being like the biggest moron they've ever seen. Masterful gambit, indeed. You're right. We're all so extreme on LGBTQ issues. We believe queer people shouldn't be discriminated against and deserve codified protections under law. But yeah, LGBTQ issues are losers. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. Oh, very knifey duck. No, it was beyond time. It was fine. They overstayed their welcome. He has nothing better to do since his wife left him, and his kids won't call him. It's true. It's true. I think I hit a little bit too close to home, if I'm being honest with you. I think maybe I predicted exactly what's going on in their life a little too closely.
Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. And not only does it keep our elderly out of poverty, it's essentially a social insurance program that protects you if at the end of your life you don't have enough money to survive.
For right now, do you know that it's also the
Hey, but you guys never talk on this channel about things that actually would get 30 million people to vote for you. You're always talking about bathrooms, says guy who's been here for 30 seconds.
albatross around our generation's neck?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so many conservatives believe that, like, you are paying into Social Security to pay for the elderly, when in actuality, the elderly have been paying into Social Security their entire lives. The elderly paid for themselves to be on Social Security. You are not paying for the elderly. When you pay out of your paycheck, you are not paying for the elderly to get Social Security. You're paying for yourself to get Social Security. God damn, dude.
Okay, so
let me just explain this.
Well, you're going to go back to lecturing me about Social Security.
Well,
we don't
that's
have.
What we're talking.
What are you talking about, Social Security, bro?
Social Security is one of the top 3 funded.
Social Security is almost the biggest thing that our government does.
Exactly, and we are more than $30 trillion in debt.
Oh man, Sam is living for this. Sam is letting this guy dig himself a hole, and is about to just mention, like, we can solve the debt problem by raising the cap on Social Security. Fixes all of the problems with Social Security. It's crazy.
Well, first of all, Social Security cannot contribute legally to the deficit.
Because they don't even account it in the...
Mr. Anderson, yeah, you've been here for like 2 years now. You saw that you came here because I covered the UAW strikes. Which, by the way, congrats to UAW workers at Rolls-Royce. Did I see that they like got their negotiations underway and were able to like get the company to come to the table? UAW still doing great work. It's getting less media coverage. I need to do a bit more in that regard. There's just been so like much existential news going on.
Federal deficit
That's
every year.
Correct,
we have
because
30
it's
years
self-funding. When Social Security started in 1936, you have more workers than retirees because people haven't entered into retirement. By 1970, it was at 3.5 to 1. Now it's at 2.5 to 1. But productivity has increased during...
Yeah, like that's the thing. Exactly satanic Panic at the Disco. Like, if you want an issue that will unite independents, Democrats, and conservatives, it is Social Security. And Republicans know that. That's why they're all scared to touch it, but they're still gonna go for it anyway. And, like, this is an issue where like raising the cap on Social Security is a winning issue for Democrats. Democrats should be running on it. And you want to know what else? The only Democrat I've heard talk about it is Bernie Sanders and Tim Walz. Those are the two politicians recently that I've heard talking about raising the cap on Social Security. Those two politicians. And I think Tim Walz is trying to gun for a Bernie Sanders like run in 2028. Let's make it fucking happen, folks.
That time. So the amount of money paid into Social Security has been up there. The reason why we are running out of money just for the trust fund, not for Social Security. Like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now.
Can I just say,
money just for the trust fund, not for.
I love this guy's like side eye of Sam. Like now he's wary. He's been in the cage with the tiger twice now.
Social Security. Like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now, it is statutorily unable to contribute to the debt. The math is right there. The reason why.
Wait, why are there middle class conservatives against things that they might need when they're older? Because the key word in what you just asked was might need. A lot of middle class conservatives tend to delude themselves into thinking that they will never need Social Security. They will never need Medicaid. They will never need these social programs. And they delude themselves while thinking like, too many undeserving people get these things. But if I ever needed it, I would deserve it. Essentially. It's the kind of thing where, exactly, depraved ambience, who says they are all temporarily embarrassed millionaires. That is a very American view of like all middle class people are just on the verge of making it big. You know? That's why so many of them are like in favor of cutting Social Security, or at the very least kind of ambivalent about it, and they don't think they'll necessarily need it. Yeah.
Why the trust fund is running out is because wealth inequality has hoarded so much money above the cap.
You don't think it's because the government does a terrible job managing their money? They have a
This, by the way, the propaganda that this young conservative man is spewing right now is the idea that what needs to be done with the Social Security Trust Fund is that it needs to be privatized. What his argument is, it boils down to essentially that the government does a terrible job managing the Social Security Trust Fund, and therefore we need to give that trust fund to Wall Street to play around with and, make exponentially bigger, and then we can increase the payouts. But like, they never think, hey, what happens if the stock market crashes? What happens to everyone's retirement paycheck if the stock market crashes? That sounds like a fever dream. It's basically the biggest wet dream Wall Street has ever conjured up, yes.
Huge spending problem, and they go, look at all this money we have for Social Security that's earmarked for 60 years from now that we're just going to spend on something right now.
40 years ago, they predicted this. This is an actuarial table. Accountants sit there and look at it. This is a very easy math problem.
Accountants in the government are always right? That's totally the thing that you're saying? That they're always correct about money, right? That's why we have a $40 trillion debt problem.
The problem isn't the math with the $40 trillion debt problem. It's you have tax
cuts. It's the spending problem. I totally agree with you, which I would argue is part of why Social Security's gone in the hole so already.
This guy doesn't understand how Social Security works. Social Security is like isolated from the rest of the government. It is a trust fund. It is designed to like, earn a steady but moderate like interest. And also, like, it's paid into by workers for their own retirements. Like, he's complaining about all these other aspects about the government. Fine, grant all of those granted, but we're talking about Social Security, and Social Security is like one of the most stable parts of government that can be fixed with one simple trick, which is making the rich pay their share. Because it's kind of wild, right? That everyone pays into Social Security. Everyone across all income brackets pays into Social Security up to like $250,000. And suddenly, everything after $250,000 income per year, everything after that just caps out. It caps out. It stops paying into Social Security. And you have to wonder, I wonder what the solvency of Social Security would be if we removed that cap and suddenly millionaires were paying their fair share into Social Security and billionaires were paying their fair share into Social Security. I wonder what that would do to the solvency of the Social Security Trust Fund. They never stop and ask that question. It's a very simple question.
Already.
That's simply not true.
Oh, okay. So we're out of money from the Social Security bucket.
No. Statutorily, by that I mean by law, Social Security pays for itself. If we do nothing, the 6.2% that your employer and your employee pays into it will pay out 78% of benefits starting in 2033.
And why is it going down? If everything's so much better, why is it only 78%?
If we raise the cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So for instance,
sorry, I thought it was $250,000. I thought it was actually much higher. It's actually much lower than I thought. Damn, that is low.
If you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
a year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so
yeah, seems kind of weird that someone making $100,000 would pay into Social Security the same amount as someone making millions of dollars, isn't it? That seems really bizarre. Especially when you consider who can more afford to pay into Social Security? Someone lower on the income ladder or higher on the income ladder? Chat, which do you think it is? Do you think someone lower on the income ladder has an easier time paying into Social Security or someone higher? Can you tell me what it is? Higher! That's right, Jazz Dog. Very good. Hiya! Or as Vic Michaelis might say, hiya!
Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
Man, they really bottom of the barreled conservative ideologues, didn't they? They really bottom of the barreled conservative ideologues. Oh my god, what the fuck? Can you not do math, my guy? Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage? They literally pay the same percentage. The issue is if you lifted the cap, they would pay the same. Right now, they pay a lower percentage. God damn it.
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on $1 million.
And why should they pay even more money at all? Because they make more money? Again,
they're paying the same percentage. They're paying the same share of their income as everyone else down the ladder.
You fundamentally have this idea that because somebody, you have an idea that
these people are just angry at how percentages work. Fundamentally, these people are just incurious, don't understand math. And you know what? I get it. I got a degree in English. I'm not good at math. I am not a math person. But I still understand how percentages work. Like maybe one ought to look that up sometime if one is going to talk about Social Security and taxes, you know? The accountant part of my brain is dying at how this wild-eyed fool does not understand percentages, right? Like, I'm not an accountant and I'm not good at math, but I understand on a very simple level how percentages work. You know? This is why we need to fund schools. I don't know if more school funding would have helped these people, if I'm being honest with you.
Because somebody makes more money, that's fundamentally wrong, right?
No, I don't think it's fundamentally wrong. I think that they should pay more taxes into it. Now, I do think as a society, we should not allow billionaires. So,
you know, that Coder Joe, that is a really good point to bring up. 6.2% of the income of a minimum wage earner makes it harder to buy food and housing, while 6.2% of a millionaire's income will not prevent them from getting food and housing, will not prevent them from getting the necessities they need to live. They will still, in fact, be able to live very comfortably on $1 million while paying 6.2% into Social Security.
So for
they
instance,
can pay more taxes generally, but why should they?
The highest tax rate was and the greatest expansion of our economy.
Hang on,
in this
does a
country?
billionaire get more money from Social Security if they went to go take it than I would?
No,
of course not.
Insurance.
So why should they pay more?
I'll tell you why. Because it is a social insurance program that keeps you from being in poverty when you're a senior. And the reason why I think billionaires should pay more taxes than other people, even a higher percentage, is because it works better for society. The greatest expansion we've had in this country in terms of economics and the least amount of wealth disparity was in the 40s and 50s and 60s in this country. Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know
I don't know the exact number, but
if you made over $470,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
Now, folks, this is the part where we need to talk about how top marginal tax rates work. Because you might have just heard what he said and thought to yourself, wow, so if you made $400 and was it $75,000? You got taxed at 90%? That's crazy. That would mean you only made like $400 or $140,000? Or wait, sorry, I need like the number on screen.
Do you know what it was in this country? Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know what it was?
I don't know the exact number, but
if you made over
$470,000. Cool. If you made over $470,000, you had to pay 90% of your income? Oh my God. That's like you would only be like making $47,000 if you made $470,000 because you'd have to pay 90% of it in taxes. But that's not how a marginal tax rate works. What a marginal tax rate is that you pay 90% on every dollar made after $470,000. Meaning that that 90% only applies to the money you make after you've already made almost $500,000. Which makes it a lot more reasonable.
$70,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
So I have a question.
90 cents on every dollar was taxed above 470. So if we had in today's dollars,
which is wild, by the way. But
and it's also
also that applies after deductions. Very good point, Coder Joe. 1955, individuals making more than $200,000, 2.4 million today, or married couples with an income of more than $400,000 were taxed at 91% at the highest tax bracket. Oh, damn, Sam. Oh, damn. Sam, you said $470,000, Sam, but really it was $200,000. Sam, how could you fuck us like that with lies?
greatest expansion we had of the economy.
Yeah, you can expand for a time, and then you see places. You see like Nordic countries that were like, oh, let's tax the hell out of our rich people, right? And then they go, whoops, we messed up. We can't actually live off of our terrible. We basically are able to live off our economic boom that they had between like the 40s and the 90s, and then we have to revert all of that because we made a terrible choice and we were able to have a party for 50 years.
What are you talking about, bro? Like the Nordic countries are doing A-okay. The main problems with the Nordic countries are that they are privatizing. They're privatizing their strong social safety nets. Like they're caving to capitalism right now, and it's causing austerity across the entirety of like Europe. And that's a direct result of privatizing those strong social safety nets that they previously had. So, like, I don't know what bro is, waffling about.
Until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average...
Also, I don't know if this guy knows this, but Nordic countries are still capitalist. I don't know if he knows this, but like the Nordic countries are still doing capitalism. They're not socialist. They have social safety nets, which is different. Yeah, Sam is taking psychic damage.
For all the money that capitalism...
You can literally see how much he blinks here as he takes at least 20 points of psychic damage.
Got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average person, right?
If you want to tally up how much damage he took, just count the number of blinks, all right?
Years until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real
1, 2,
quick.
3, 4, 5,
so
6,
the
7,
average
8, 9, 10. Sorry, 10 points of psychic damage.
The average person, right? Right now they fundamentally look at Social Security, young people like me, and they go, I'm going to have that money sitting waiting for me when I retire. Since your opinion is whatever works best for the average person is better, wouldn't you rather shift towards something that I would agree with, which is getting people that are 19, 20 years old into funding their own retirement rather than...
That's what Social Security is! Congrats, asshole! You just described Social Security! That's what the program does! God damn it! Fuck, man! Oh, God. Odd Spectre, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Well, 1 blink is 2 eyes, 2 times 10. Oh, exactly, 20 damage. Very good. You just reinvented Social Security with extra shittier steps.
Relying on other people to fund it for them.
You're talking like the 401k.
Sure. Not just the 401k, but for IRAs, any other type of retirement. Would you agree? Would we agree with that?
Social Security was set up as part of a three-legged stool where back in the day, when I was a kid, we had defined benefit pensions, where you'd know how much money you would get out. Yeah. That all shifted in the 80s to defined contribution, where you know how much you put in. The 401k started during that Reagan era. It has been a disaster because the fact of the matter, for better or for worse, people just don't save in the way that you're talking about.
Why?
It would be nice if they could.
If the government were changing the mind.
Why don't people save? Asks man who clearly has never had to scrimp and save in order to put food on the table. Why don't people save? It's because they have to spend the money, asshole. Most people in this country do not have like a couple $100 for an emergency. They don't have $5,000 to max out their 401k every year. They're living paycheck to paycheck doing minimum wage jobs. And eating way too much avocado toast, apparently. That's why millennials all don't have homes.
mindset and actually pushing that cultural shift towards we're not just going to hand you money when you're 65. You have to plan for it right now.
We've had a 40-year experiment with the government affecting the cultural mindset, and it failed.
We've had a 40-year experiment of everybody. You know what my parents say? Do you know what grandparents say? They go, "Well, I'm just waiting for my social security check to come in," rather than.
Yeah, because that's what they use to live, man. Oh man, I'm just waiting for my check to come in. Yeah, because they paid into it so they could retire. Do you want them all to be like begging groceries in order to make rent? Like what you want 95-year-old Meemaw to be like rolling a rascal around the mall trying to like scare off shoplifters? Like what they worked their entire lives for that money, man. They paid into it.
I have $800,000 waiting for me because I thought about it when I was 19 and 20 because I didn't have this grab bag of money waiting.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely a man who has never had to scrimp and save to put food on his table. Dude has $800,000 waiting for him for retirement. Yeah, Bud, I don't know how to break this to you. You are not indicative of the average person's economic situation in America.
For me, you're assuming that young people.
I try and tell my kids.
So we agree. We should get rid of Social Security.
No. Look, there's a difference between like, here's what you should do under ideal circumstances, and here's what you have to do in your actual circumstances. Those two things do not often align.
No.
Phase it out.
Yeah, why aren't all kids like me simply trust fund babies? Why can't everyone be like me? Sitting on like his crypto billions or whatever. Like I got in on shitcoin at the very beginning and sold it after the initial pump, and I'm up several $1 million. Why can't everyone be like me?
Well, no, so we should phase out. How would you listen to this idea? You phase out Social Security to where people who have 5 years left before they retire.
To people who have 5 years left before they retire? Dog. Do you know how many people you're gonna fuck over with that? Best of luck. We're phasing out Social Security. You have 5 years to figure out how you're gonna be able to retire. Hey, everyone who you thought you were a decade away from retirement, how about we sell you a new future where you never retire? You just work until you die. How about that? Yeah, you have 5 years to make $1 million. Otherwise, we turn you into Soylent Green.
Get 100% of the benefits. And then people like me who have 40 years until we retire,
dude,
I'm not going to get it.
I'm
going to get screwed either way.
No,
you really think
I'm going to get screwed either way? No, just raise the cap on Social Security, man. If you just raise the cap, you don't get screwed. You get the same benefits, man. What's insane to me is he's like doing all of these mental gymnastics when he has a very easy solution in front of him, which is just raise the cap on Social Security and have like millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share. And rather than like accept that solution, he's like trying to like do all kinds of flips and shit.
All of the money I have ever earned, working for 18 years doesn't come to $800K. Hell, if I had been making what I'm making now, the highest I've ever made, for the last 18 years, it wouldn't be $800K.
Yeah, I've been working as like I worked as a video game journalist for a decade, and I've been doing this for like the last 5 years, and I'm just now, like as we're speaking, like getting to a point where I'm feeling relatively economically okay. And that's not like I'm not making a lot of money. I'm just making enough money where I'm like maybe I don't have to panic about bills. Maybe. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and donate because this show is not possible without you guys. Just as an FYI, I'm gonna plug that in there because You guys make this show work and allow me to continue to live, and I am eternally grateful for that. But like, if you added up like everything I've ever made, like it would be it would not be that much. And that is after 15 years in the workforce. Viewers like you, thank you. God.
I'm going to get Social Security someday.
I guarantee you, at the very least, you're going to get 78% of your benefits.
That's
if you
awesome. I'll get
if you
$9,000 a year.
me
That's great.
in calling for our government to increase the cap, in fact, get rid of the cap, then your grandkids will get Social Security.
I would much rather, and again, maybe we'll just disagree, but I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement, invest for your own retirement, because the government is bad at dealing.
Okay, but like, what if they can't? You know, like, what if someone reaches the retirement age and hasn't been able to save up that much? Should they just be, I don't know, what do you want done with them? You know, like, you can't just say, well, everyone will simply do the ideal thing that I'm imagining for them. Like, that's not how societies work.
With money.
And what happens
Don't
if they
rely on
don't?
them. What happens
I'm really glad Sam asked the exact question I asked. That's wonderful.
if what?
What happens if those 20-year-olds don't listen to you?
The same thing that happens if a 20-year-old just doesn't go and get a job because I
No,
tell them to.
no.
They're going to have a problem, but that's not my fault.
They're gonna have a problem. You know, we did a case study of what would happen in a society like that, and fun fact, everyone, it sucked, and a lot of the elderly simply died on the streets of exposure because they didn't have money and didn't have families who were capable of like taking them in, and it was not, in fact, a rad time. And no, people saw that happen to the elderly, and they didn't want that happening to them when they got older, and hence we got Social Security.
No, I got news for you. It's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping
No one
on
in
the
this
Bowery
no one in this room was
before
alive before
Security.
Social Security. We've all lived under this, just like the
And it
income
has
tax.
been the most successful government program in the history of our government.
Things that are successful don't just start to die out. And
Again, the reason it's dying out is because we capped Social Security. We stopped having billionaires and millionaires pay their fair share. Oh. Let's see. Just pulling this up here. The taxable max of Social Security has been in place since its founding, but Congress has modified it over time to address several policy goals. Let's see here. The percentage of workers with earnings above the tax max fell from 15% in 1975 to about 6% in 1983 and has remained level at that level ever since. Historically, an average around 83% of covered earnings have been subject to the payroll tax. Yeah. The percentage of earnings covered by the tax max has fallen since the early 1980s because earnings among above max earners have grown faster than earnings among the rest of the working population. Basically, the wealth of the elite, and this is, by the way, a study you can find here over on the Social Security Administration webpage. Get it while you can, I guess. The evolution of Social Security's taxable maximum from 2011. So a bit outdated, perhaps, by changes since then. But yeah, basically, wealth in the upper echelons of society has grown exponentially faster than those who are actually working and under the tax max of Social Security, the cap. Yeah, basically, more people are under the cap, but the people who are above that cap are way above the cap. So if you remove the cap, it solves a lot of the problems, essentially. I hope that very quick and simple explanation helps you to understand exactly why we need to get rid of the cap. Hema there, Sig! Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And here, I'll just link this in chat. And the rich wouldn't even notice. I mean, they'd be mad about it on principle, but it wouldn't meaningfully impact their day-to-day living, you know? Like, if someone is making $1 billion, they aren't going to notice 6% of it going away. Like, Warren Buffett can't even keep track of his money. Most of these people who are that level of wealthy can't even figure out what to spend it on or invest it on, you know? Like, it's insane.
It's not dying out.
It's the grab bag of money, the massive excess that was there in the early years because of the 42-to-1 beneficial.
There wasn't a massive excess in 1936.
42-to-1 is a massive excess.
There weren't that many people who had entered into the Social Security program.
And the fact that
in 1970 it was 3.5 workers to 1. Now it's 2.5, but productivity has increased it. I've told you why.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind, 2.5 workers for every one person on Social Security, but also that one person on Social Security paid into Social Security for their entire lives, their entire life. They have already given the money to the system. Like, they're just pulling the benefit that they paid for out of it. So, like, these ratios don't really matter that much when you're talking about the benefits.
The Social Security Trust Fund is running out. It is because of wealth disparity. Billionaires hiding and hoarding their money above the cutoff line, which is...
Well, Shoot Bang, I understand and I sympathize with your worry. And I'm just going to read it out. Watching this does make me worry about how we can function as a society with so many people so willfully ignorant and destructive. Just keep in mind that in these shows put on by Jubilee, all of these young conservatives are some kind of social media influencer, for the most part. Jubilee tries to kind of affect this idea that it's just normal people coming together to hash things out. Everyone on their shows is some kind of social media influencer. So this is not like a random grab bag of like Trump supporters. This is these are Trump supporters who are, you know, making a career of, or trying to, of influencing. They're doing this for the clicks in a way. And, you know, not successfully. A lot of them apparently had to lock down their accounts after this because conservatives came after them for making them look bad. And if you're wondering, wait, what do you mean for making them look bad? Real quick, I want to throw this up here. Literally, here is a conservative over on Twitter. This would make a great profile photo. Lol, it's how I feel anytime I try to converse with a woke individual. And it's like, dog. This man is trying to converse with you, motherfucker. Like, they literally watch this and they're like, oh yeah, that Sam Cedar guy, he's a conservative like me for real. And it's fucking hilarious. It's nuts. Twitter is going insane over this.
176,000. That's the cap. If you
Hiding
remove
and
the cap,
hoarding their money.
your grandkids
Billionaires aren't keeping $2 billion under their mattress. They're investing it back into.
They're just putting it into some stock market, or they're just looking around.
And what do you think a
crypto
401k or an IRA relies upon? It relies on the stock market and things like that.
Yeah, a 401k relies on the stock market, and I knew people who were retiring in 2008 when the stock market tanked and they got screwed.
Well, that's a whole other problem. I would argue that's largely driven by the government being once again terrible.
Yeah. You know, if the government, if only the government, the evil, dastardly government, hadn't been involved, the stock market never would have crashed. Someone needs to look up the history of stock market crashes, because you can find some real hands-off times in America's past when we got some pretty gnarly crashes. A pretty notable one, in fact, in, you know, the 1930s was a result of that. Oh my God, this guy, man.
With policy and creating bad economic hazards.
Social Security is there regardless of what happens with the stock market.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Also, like, Sam just nailed the reason why we don't want to have our retirements tied up in the stock market. Because stock market line doesn't always go up, guys. You know, sometime egg go up. Sometime line go up. Sometime Trump take egg. You know? You don't even have to go back that far. We had the crash of 08. Yeah, and Sam does a really good job pointing out that, like, people retiring in 08 got fucked.
Please return to your seat.
Wait, are conservatives latching onto Sam to create confusion? No, they just didn't really understand that he was, you know, not a conservative. They saw a white man with, like, salt pepper hair and just were like, ah, yes, a conservative.
Micah.
Hey, Micah.
Good to meet
Sam.
you.
Nice to meet you.
There's an idea that you have that basically government can kind of fix all these problems, right?
You know, not to generalize here, but this guy looks like he's about to drop some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, and I need to, like, mentally prepare myself. Again, I need to reiterate, I have not pre-watched this. I'm just getting incredibly rancid vibes off this guy.
If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from that.
Well, not swoop in. It starts on literally the day you get your Social Security.
Sure. It swoops in once you retire, right? Once you can.
Well, it's also not swooping in once you retire. You've paid into it your entire life. Like, you can only really conceive of this as swooping in if, like, you think of it as, like, a fund completely disconnected from what you've done in your life. But, like, you paid into it. The government is not swooping in. Your funds that you paid into this system are swooping in. This is the investment paying off.
Well, you pay into it.
Right, exactly. And so
not a single one of these people understands how Social Security works. And, like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some kind of Social Security whiz kid. I don't know all the ins and outs. But, like, damn, come on, guys. Like, read up about it, like, maybe for 10 minutes before you go on a show.
You believe this idea, basically, that government is an effective organization, which it just time and time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
Yeah, when did the government ever do things like fight wars effectively? You know, all of those very effective private military wars, you know? Looking at history, all of those very effective privatized roads that are always immaculately kept, you know? All of those things that government does that doesn't help you at all, like I don't know, having public firemen. You know, I remember back in the good old days when we had privatized firefighters, and they just show up at your house and you know, tell you, hey, you wanna save your house? It's on fire. Be an awful shame if it kept being on fire. You better pay us, you know, a little extra than you thought you would. Hmm. That worked out great. So great that nobody ever wanted private firefighters ever again.
When you're hitting at retirement, you don't know. This is an insurance program. That's it. It's an insurance program, and it basically says you're insured against eating cat food when you're 65. And it works. It works.
No, it doesn't. You should have, well, one.
Wait, it does. It like it certifiably does. Like something like 60%, 70% of elderly in nursing homes are there because of Social Security. They're able to live in stable housing with like medical care because of Social Security, and they aren't forced to eat cat food in like frigid, unheated apartments in the wintertime um because of Social Security, you know? Well, I have an excellent counter argument to that. What if we pretend you're wrong?
One, you should have your own personal.
How doesn't it work?
How doesn't it work?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already discussed the details of how it is just completely failing as a program. Like,
well, how is it failing?
Because I'm not going to receive any social security.
Yeah, Alexis fandom, look up Crassus, the Crassus Fire Brigade. There is a historical figure named Marcus something Crassus, and he lived in ancient Rome, and he is one of the wealthiest Romans to ever exist. And he got wealthy because essentially he had a privatized firefighting force that would sometimes also do arson against people he didn't like, and then would show up to put out the fire and would shake people down like a mafia boss. And he did this so effectively that he became one of the wealthiest people in the world as a result. Like, they would literally go and hang out at fires and just, like, be like, "Oh, man, it's a real shame your house is burning down. If only someone could do something about it." And, like, that's literally how they would operate. Like a goddamn gang. It's yeah, it's not great. Fascinating part of history, by the way. Oh, and you know, I know people are just obsessed with the Roman Empire and like historical parallels. Um, Marcus Crassus was one of the richest people in the world. You know, arguably at the time, the richest man in the world. And can anyone take a wild guess at who Marcus Crassus supported politically? Anyone want to take a wild guess? Julius fucking Caesar. He was the patron of Julius Caesar and masterminded the downfall of the Roman Republic to replace it with the Roman Empire. Just, an interesting historical potential parallel with what's happening right now with our current richest man in the world. Just some food for thought. Worth thinking about.
I've already told you right now.
I know. I'm not going to rehash out that debate.
Well,
the main
look
issue.
At the numbers. You've just been told this, and you know why you've been told it? Is because they want to raid it to give tax cuts to rich people. That's why.
So are you saying there are the Trump tax cuts were only for rich people? You're saying?
Yes. All of the benefits of the Trump tax cuts were designed primarily to go to the richest people on the planet. Like a solid 90% of them. Yes.
Saying
no, I'm not saying they're only for rich people.
Oh, okay. Then how could
rich
they
people
only
benefited more from it than low-income people? And I would
And what do you mean benefited more from that? Because we already went over the percentage
they
numbers,
don't
and we
need
know
the
that's
money.
not true.
They don't need the money as much, and they don't need it.
What are you talking about? These rich people are the people that are investing in smaller businesses. These are the people.
Yeah, but we're talking about needs for subsistence survival. We're talking about what people need when we're talking about having a house, having shelter, having money for bills, having food, having medical care. We're talking that's what we're talking about. When we say they can afford it, we mean literally they can afford it and continue to invest in businesses and have no material impact on their day-to-day existence. That's what we mean when we say they can afford it. And oh no, they'll be able to invest 6% less of their wealth. Oh no. Except that 6% of wealth is going to go towards, keeping people from dying. Keeping people from perishing in the gutter. I think that might be a more useful use of the money than investing in a small business. I'm just spitballing here. And also, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point, Kara Calico in YouTube chat. It goes right back into the economy too. Because guess what, guys? You want to know what doesn't circulate generally in an economy? Billionaire and millionaire money, because billionaires and millionaires sit on just gigantic treasure troves of wealth. And you want to know what actually circulates money in an economy? People spending it on necessities. If someone is living off their Social Security paycheck, it stimulates the local economy because they are spending it at the grocery store. They're spending it on their house. They're spending it on their apartment. They're spending it locally. It flows, which generates the healthy economy. Okay? But Smaug would miss, a couple paltry trinkets from his massive trove. How dare you begrudge Smaug his trinkets? Is literally this guy's argument.
That are giving other people jobs.
But Smaug stimulates the economy of Lake Town by occasionally creating cheap new real estate for them to buy.
Jobs to allow them to provide for their family.
Okay,
Listen,
pause.
God.
What's up? Hey. Good to be back.
Nice to see you.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. I want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So obviously you're
Oh God, is this discount Michael Knowles? Oh God.
pinpointing on Social Security, and there's a reason for that.
Hey, Ms. Molina.
Oh, okay, but Social Security is the program that you're very concerned about, and that.
Medicare. I'd love a Medicare for all program, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the reason you're focusing in on Social Security precisely is because Social Security is the most successful in a shadow of social welfare programs and government spending. That it's like the Democrats.
It's also the biggest bucket of money.
Sure, it is the biggest bucket, but the
thing.
Democrats have these social programs and this deficit spending, and it just never ends. It's never enough money. So you're focusing on Social Security because it is the one successful child, but you're ignoring all the social.
Wait, but you should keep the successful program, though. If it's working, you should keep it. Like, what are you doing, my
Social
guy?
welfare, the social welfare state that we become.
Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid make up
the majority.
over like a
right. So 70% of our
budget.
70% of our federal spending is mandatory. And that, you're right. It's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on debt. 8% of our we're paying for that. So the Democrats run on this. Essentially, they want a welfare state. So yes, Social Security might help a lot of people, but it's like we're closer to a welfare state than we've ever been. 38.
Henry!
As a kid, I used to believe dragons existed. Then I stopped believing that as I got older, and as I got even older I learned hey do in fact exist. And they're just giant leeches.
Can I tell you guys one of my favorite elements to include in fantasy? In like fantasy works of fiction that I've worked on, or like D&D games. I love to incorporate ideas like, if you amass enough gold and wealth, you slowly start turning into a dragon. I love that idea that dragons are not like natural creatures, but are instead created by that covetous greed that leads a creature to hoard to that extent. You know, like, and in that way they are like truly like twisted kinds of abominations. Because I think that's largely how it works in our world, you know? Like, people who amass that amount of wealth are generally twisted beyond all reason. Like, you look at Elon Musk and you're like, what broke this man so much? And it's genuinely it's his wealth. His wealth has isolated him and driven him mad, you know? And like, I think it's possible to like potentially have $1 billion and be like not like that, but like you got to go through like a loophole where you like inherited a dragon's hoard and now you have to figure out what to do with it before it, you know, twists you to death. You know, I just problems like that. Anyway, just a little tangent, sideways tangent. Let's finish this. We're almost done with section 3.
8% of the GDP in the U.S. is government spending. That's the highest since World War II. So us conservatives, we're trying to tell you, like, you guys are fiscally really
So are you worried
irresponsible.
about the tax cuts and what that does to the debt and deficit?
The tax cuts increased revenue.
No.
Yes.
The tax cuts did not increase revenue. Oh my god. Oh. The Trump tax cuts benefits were outweighed by lost revenue. Aw, damn. Well, maybe it's an analysis by a bunch of morons. Wait, an analysis of tax cuts by Harvard's Gabriel Chaudhary, Princeton's Owen Zadar, and Chicago Booth's Eric Zwick finds the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act has boosted investment as well as wages and economic activity, but not nearly enough to make up for the substantial losses in corporate tax revenues that have increased the deficit. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You mean we just gave a bunch of benefits to the wealthy and got nothing back in return? Ah, jeez. God. Can we take a look here? So what do they throw some numbers in this analysis? Okay. Among the research they cite is a paper by Zwick and co-authors that finds, among other things, that the law reduced corporate tax revenue by 40%. Companies that enjoyed larger cuts invested more than companies that saw less tax relief, increasing their total tangible corporate investment by 8 to 14%. So if you got a larger cut, and again, an overall cut of 40% of corporate tax revenue, but they only boosted their investment by 8 to 14%. And I also want to emphasize here that a lot of them, their investment was into their own stock to pump up stock value. So we didn't really get a whole lot out of that, did we?
I want to tell you about Kansas.
Okay, tell me about Kansas.
Sam Brown back in 2012 brought in Arthur Laffer. You know the Laffer curve, right?
Yeah. Sam is about to talk about how Kansas got utterly and completely fucked by the Laffer curve.
The argument that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more revenue.
And that's exactly what happened.
Kansas.
Oh my God. And that's exactly what happened, right? They cut taxes in Kansas and everything was hunky dory, right? Right? No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Kansas got so fucked by those tax cuts that like they had to like backpedal so hard on so many aspects of it. It was a disaster. It like leveled the economy of Kansas. It was wildly terrible.
That's exactly what happened
It
to TCJ.
destroyed Kansas. By 2016,
Let's
a
look at the
Republican
numbers.
legislature raised taxes again. They destroyed their education
Reality
system.
is against you, my friend.
Look up
The
Kansas.
the
In
numbers.
fact,
The numbers
during
say
the Trump administration, they sent Sam Brown back. They made him the ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy
if
around
you
because
want
it
to
was a
tax the rich,
disaster.
you should vote Republican because they pay more in taxes under Republican.
This guy just lives in another reality. Conservatives don't pay more in taxes under Republicans.
It was the same as
Revenue went
Reagan.
down.
It
Look
was
at
the same as
Kansas.
Trump.
Look at
the
Kansas.
U.S. Look at the U.S.
Look at
We
Kansas.
have the numbers
It
for
was
this.
the perfect
Obama's
experiment.
best year,
It destroyed
federal income
Kansas.
revenue, is pales in comparison to Trump's worst year. Do you get what I'm saying? Does more taxes necessarily equate to more revenue?
Yes.
No, that is.
If you tax more, will you get more in taxes? No. Man, how do you like show up and get blown the fuck out like this so quickly? These people are like basically just showing up and just saying, Sam, I want you to blow my back out instantly. Okay? I don't even want you to warm me up. I just blow my back out with your facts and logic.
That's where you're wrong. So if you look at TCJA, and I'll say the numbers again, the top 1% paid more into the system. GDP grew, wages grew 3% year over year under TCJA. So when you're saying tax the rich, like
they didn't.
But you're
it sounds
saying,
like you're actually a Republican. You just don't know it yet.
You're confusing causation with correlation because Obama's economic recovery was way too slow, and I agree with you on that.
Way too slow.
Way too slow.
when you have tons of stimulus, what you're doing is you're creating the Great Depression for the bottom 90%. All the assets inflate. So who does that benefit? Your policies benefit the 1%. Inflation disproportionately benefits.
This guy is actually fucking crazy. I don't know what planet this guy is from, but maybe he's like from Bizarro World, you know, like, you know, a very common reference that every one of you will get, Bizarro from Superman. He's from the opposite zone. Okay? You all understand that, right? Or maybe I'm just old and out of touch.
The 1%,
I know what the kids like, and the kids yearn for Bizarro references.
Immoral tax on the poor.
Listen,
and that's exactly what happens when they
COVID
stimulate.
Inflation was not a function of monetary stimulus.
It absolutely was. They increased the money supply by $6 trillion,
No, I
man.
understand they did that. I understand they
They increased the money supply by $6 trillion with quantitative easing. Don't you understand?
did that, and they could pull it back.
It has nothing to do with anything, bro.
Back on taxes with the wealthy, if they wanted to. You're making an argument for higher taxation.
Okay, do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
Does it make the country
wealthier? Do taxes make us wealthy?
It gives us the ability to do government spending, ostensibly on public works projects that will help all of us become better off. Yeah.
Is that government increasing taxes? Are we now more wealthy? Do you think that
like this? To me, this sounds so bizarre, right? Like, oh, you think taxing people in this city will allow us to build better roads? Yeah. What you think people in this state paying more taxes will be able to have better upkeep of our infrastructure? Oh, I bet you think that, you dumb idiot. Like, wait, yes. Yes? If you tax people more, you have more money with which to do things. Like, I'm literally over here going like, in my head right now.
Uh-huh. Oh, $20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Woohoo!
Like literally I'm right there. Like that's where this guy is failing to operate. He can't even make it through the Homer Simpson line of logic, man.
The only way you create wealth is by producing.
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can, yes, increase GDP, of course.
Is GDP wealth?
It's typically one of the indicators that people use to measure wealth. Yeah. Gross domestic product. Yeah. Man, this hurts. I didn't expect to hurt this much on the economic questions, but like, damn. Conservatives, you are making this real hard on me right now. Is this the best you got? Really? Damn, son.
GDP wealth.
If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier?
Yes. Literally, yes. If you have 10 million more people in this country doing more labor, yes. What? If you added the population of an entire small country to the United States and had them performing labor, would that add to the amount of wealth being produced in this country? Yes. Literally by every possible metric. Like, labor is a key component of producing wealth. We have an entire theory about it. It's called the labor theory of value. I suggest you figure that out a little bit, bud. 10 million more taxpayers, 10 million more people working and creating and like participating in our system, circulating money in our economy. Yes. is a dollar more than a penny, right?
If the housing costs more, if CPI goes up because there's more people.
No, I understand. And inflation is under
economics.
control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but I'm just saying that what
inflation is back down because we had a.
You know, it's wild, right? Like, these people talk. Conservatives in general do this a lot, but like, they talk about labor as if it is a negative thing. Like having laborers available to do jobs is a bad thing. And like, that's just not economically sound to like oppose that at all. More people working is generally a good thing for an economy. Now you can argue that like, oh, maybe you don't have all the housing all together and like whatnot, but like that's a problem we deal with all the time. Even when there aren't there isn't an influx of immigrants. That problem is still being addressed. And you want to know something? You guys want to get in on a little bit of a secret here? Come on in. Come in. Just come in a little bit, all right? Come in here a little bit. God. Oh, I didn't prep for the bit. I didn't prep for the bit. God damn it. Okay, come in here for a little bit. All right. When you have laborers, and you have too many laborers, you want to know something that people can do? The government can put money into public housing in order to alleviate some of those growing pains so that workers can be more productive and can integrate more successfully in the surrounding community. It's almost like, you know, those taxpayer dollars can be used to right away ramp up productivity and wealth creation. Like it's almost like that. Like you can use wealth that way. Okay, I'm done with my secrets.
Problem.
The welfare
with
state
logistics.
makes us all poorer. That's yes, it does. And you can see
it doesn't.
Across history.
If you compare,
people want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts. We want opportunity. That's why as an immigrant, that's why my family came here. We left the socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want economic opportunity. And you're stifling that. You're undermining capitalism and the free markets with your utopian vision.
There is no free market.
Well, there's not anymore.
No, there's never
but now
been a
there
free
used to be.
market. No.
That is.
The free market is a fantasy. Every country controls their markets to some degree. And if the country isn't controlling it, you can bet your bootstraps that a company is controlling it.
That is what makes America the greatest. That's what makes the greatest. America is the greatest economy in the world because of the free market.
The greatest
free market capitalism is the most ethical and moral.
America had was when we had 90% tax.
That's not true. The numbers are against you.
1940, 1950, 1960, the highest top marginal tax rate was 90%.
So what happened in the 70s?
And when
Milton Friedman predicted stagflation in the 70s with your social welfare.
We had OPEC. We had your oil shock that drove inflation way up, and that was a function of OPEC. But in the 1940s, 1950s, and
Dude, just shut the fuck up because he has no idea what OPEC is or how it affected the economy in the 70s. Incidentally, those same like oil shocks that caused economic problems around the world led to things like the dissolution of Yugoslavia, different countries that had built a lot of their economy around oil in particular. Came close to not surviving or just completely dissolved. Similar problems happened in like Venezuela with their economy. They built up a whole welfare state based on the price of oil, and they kind of got screwed by that. You know, like that's a recurring story of basing your economy on like one primary boom or bust resource. And that affects all economies that do that. And this guy just doesn't really understand anything he's talking about.
1960s, highest top marginal tax rate was 90%.
Yeah, because we have an
we had
industrial
wealth inequality shrink.
Post-World
We
War
had something
II
called the
industrial
Great Compression,
What
and more people
we had
enjoyed.
post-World War II
more
industrial
people
revolution.
enjoyed
We were producing more than every other country. No, it's because we were producing more than every other country. That's what creates wealth.
And we were
Production.
doing that with.
If production creates wealth, I'm just gonna spitball here. Do you think you can produce more if you have, say, 10 million more people in your country? Can you produce more goods and services? Just wondering here, pal. Just wondering here, pal.
A 90% tax rate on the wealthiest
Which
individuals.
was less when
90%.
Reagan came in and brought it down, the top 1% paid more. Can you believe that?
No.
Do you know that federal income tax? Wait. You know federal income tax?
This guy it's incredible. Again, so many of these people seem like they went to a school where they learned, they just were taught wrong as a joke, you know? Like, so many of these people.
It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm
No,
telling
I'm
you
not
to
talking
go
about that.
look at
Here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making 100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the projections that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought. Because it doesn't work out. There's a ton of loopholes. The rich are smart.
You know, then I'm just spitballing here, but maybe we should close those loopholes. You know, if the rich are using a bunch of loopholes to get out of paying taxes, maybe we should, like, I don't know, prosecute them for that, or like close the loopholes. I feel like maybe there's a solution there too, that doesn't involve raising taxes on the working class. I just come on, man. How much boot can you lick?
Like, the rich people are smart. So focus on
Rich people are smart, bro. Don't you get it, bro?
Top marginal rate still produced an effective tax rate that is double what it is today. 50% effective tax rate.
Does not create more wealth.
Yes.
More taxes
well,
do not
I don't
create.
know what you mean by wealth. I mean,
wealth is very simple. It's production of goods and services. That's what wealth is. That's what creates wealth. Money.
Someone needs, again, I need to reiterate, needs to understand the labor theory of value here.
People think money is
more
wealth.
Taxes
money buys wealth.
Creates less wealth inequality, and then you have wealth that is shared by more people rather than being in the hands of a plutocracy or a plutonomy. And then you get stuff like an oligarchy.
We've seen what happens when you punish your top producers over and over again.
I got bad news for you, buddy. Billionaires and millionaires produce exactly jack and shit. They aren't making the goods and services, bro. They just own the factories. There's a big difference between making goods and services, making goods, providing services, and simply owning something. Owning something is not producing. The people who produce are your workers, your laborers, the very people you looked down upon earlier in this conversation.
They leave, they stop producing, the government,
capital flight's a myth.
No, it isn't.
It absolutely is.
Cripple the economy. Guess what happens next?
Wait. When did this happen in the country? When we had a 90% tax rate?
It happens in every socialist country. This is the socialist playbook. They come in and they're like, guys.
This is not a socialist country, and I'm not calling for socialism to have higher tax rates.
It is more socialist than ever before.
No,
this guy doesn't even know what socialism is. This guy's literally saying that higher tax rates is socialism, which is maybe, as a socialist, one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. You know, like, so yeah, socialism is when you tax people, is maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever heard on this show. And I've heard a lot of dumb things. You know, like,
socialism is when the government does stuff.
More social welfare spending.
No.
GDP, I'll say it again, 38% of government spending, of GDP is government spending. We have more social welfare
Dog, it's government spending that produces goods and services.
Programs. And look at what happens, but how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty?
All right. I didn't expect that to come out of fucking nowhere. All right. Real quick, how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty? Well, you take a group of people and you treat them as property and don't allow them to accrue generational wealth for a period of like 300, 400 years. And then you like they become freed over the course of a long struggle. And then the dominant society still continues to discriminate against them as second-class citizens and denies them economic opportunity at almost every turn. And when they are economically successful, certain elements of society attack them, burn down their cities, etc., their parts of town. It limits the accruement of that generational wealth even after the end of slavery. And then you have effectively redlining, putting those groups of people into different areas where they can then be discriminated against based on what side of the tracks they're from or what side of town they're from, as a kind of a loophole to continue discrimination. You have like different policies of like not allowing people to rent apartments in different parts of town based on the color of their skin, and that legacy continues to this day, and thus we have a massive wealth disparity between these different social groups, and that is largely artificially created and maintained by a white supremacist system that we should probably be aware of and dismantle. It's not that complicated.
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community? We during in 2021.
What do you mean, what programs?
We expended. Hold on. In 2021.
What do you mean? What program?
Hold on.
How much money is enough? When is it enough? You have the richest country.
Wait, what programs are you talking about? DEI programs? Because like DEI programs aren't economic like handouts to like level the playing field. They're just like programs that help to hire people who manage to get qualified in different fields, which all like that reaching that level of qualification takes a lot of work and effort and opportunity that not everyone gets when you are in a historically marginalized community.
Country in the world.
We offered $300.
The way you guys think is just insane to me. Like,
let me just finish this.
All right, go ahead.
In 2021, we extended the child tax credit, which is basically a payment, $300 per social welfare.
Yes.
We cut child poverty in 1 year by 45%. By 45%, but because no Republican would join the Democrats, and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin voted against this provision in Bill Back. I'm talking 2021. From 2021 to 2022, we cut child poverty in this country by 45%. Look it up.
I feel like when I look at it,
I guarantee.
Well, I feel like you're going to be wrong about that, buddy. It's not a great retort on that one. And by the way, Sam is 100% correct. The child tax credit was one of the most wildly successful government programs of all time. And the fact that Democrats whiffed it and did not manage to like keep it in place is maybe one of the biggest blunders of all time. Like when you have a program that allows you to cut child poverty in half from like where it was, like I don't know, like it seems to me like you should double down on that program and get that number to 0. I don't know. I happen to be someone who's anti-child poverty, I guess. Maybe that makes me rare in the United States.
I will give you my phone number. You call me, and if I was wrong.
All right, we'll call.
I'll do it off camera. and you will see that we cut child poverty in a year by 45%.
I'll look into your claim.
Oh, Sam actually got to show this guy the evidence. That's great. That's wonderful. This guy is fucking crazy, and I imagine his position is not at all changed by that information. But you know, I hope maybe he changed his heart a little bit. You know, maybe it helped him to realize he was wrong about a few things. I'd like to imagine that these people aren't so far gone that they're just like cheering on child poverty.
All right, guys.
All right. Anyway, we'll talk after.
Whew. Folks, we are now 4 hours into stream, and we have come to the end of section 3 of Sam Cedar Surrounded, and I, for one, am very much enjoying this journey we're taking together. I'm glad we're savoring it as opposed to just sitting down and going through it. Amazing stuff. And I think we'll probably finish it tomorrow. I think. Yeah, I guess being anti-starving kids is radical now in America, right? How much more of there, believe it or not, there's 25 minutes left in this video. You know? We survived this tour de force. Incredible stuff. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like that YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because, folks, this show can't happen without your support. It's thanks to viewers like you that I'm able to get on here day after day and make this show happen. And I, for one, really appreciate all of you being here. Whew. Thanks for the show. Really enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Now, folks, I need to reiterate, okay, before too many of you head off. I need you guys, and it is vitally important. Okay, we talked about it for like almost 2 hours at the beginning of stream. Right now, we have over 400, almost 450 people watching right now. So it's my duty to really reiterate what we said at the beginning of stream. And it is a huge deal. All right. We have exactly one shot at keeping firm the barricade between us and just having Elon Musk and Donald Trump have total and full control over this country. And that is very specifically, you guys need to call your senators. You need to call them. You need to commit. I need you, every single goddamn one of you, to commit to calling your senator tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Okay? You need to call your senator. Because, folks, what is happening right now is that the House today passed the continuing budget resolution, which essentially will keep the government funded for the next 6 months. And that will give Elon Musk and Donald Trump a blank check to continue gutting government agency after government agency after government agency. And they will have nothing that actually makes them like have to spend money the way that Congress is appropriating. Okay? We need to make sure that you are putting maximum pressure on your senators. We need to make sure that you get them to vote against cloture. All right? You need to make sure that they kill this continuing resolution. Because what needs to happen here, folks, is that the government needs to shut down on Friday. On Friday, the government budget runs out. The Democrats need to withhold their votes to kill the continuing resolution and force Republicans to come to the table and put in guardrails against Elon Musk's overreach, Doge, and Donald Trump's rampant abuse of impoundment that is currently threatening to steal the power of the purse from Congress. Literally Article 1 of the Constitution. Okay? What we are seeing is that right now, if this budget resolution goes through, there will be no way Congress can put shackles on what Donald Trump can do. There will be no limits to what he can do with that money. At this point, what they are doing is they can use it as a gigantic slush fund to just funnel it into Elon Musk's companies. They could just use it to hire Eric Prince's mercenaries to act as a brown shirt Gestapo. Okay? There is nothing that they cannot do once they get that money. And there is no guardrails. What we need is to force Republicans to come to the table to negotiate with Democrats. And the only way they are going to do that is if the government shuts down on Friday. It is better for the government to shut down on Friday than for the government to remain open, to hand Elon Musk and Donald Trump a blank check, and to allow them to continue shutting down the government their way. Shut it down and call your senators to shut it down. Okay? There is a wonderful tool here called 5calls.org. All right? And one of the things folks need to do here is you need to call your senator. You find the script that we pulled up earlier in stream. Here we go. You can use 5 calls. All you got to do is put in your location. It will bring up your representatives to contact here. It has a little script. It has a little blurb about what is happening. And what we need to do here is we need to make sure every Democrat stands firm. Because Democrats in the Senate can deny this passage. If Democrats remain firm, 7 of them need to defect. We already know John Fetterman is going to vote in favor of this continuing resolution, okay? But we also know Rand Paul is going to vote no. So that means, in total, 7 Democrats and independents would need to flip. And there are some of them who are considering flipping. A lot of these milquetoast Democrats who just want to sit back and watch our government burn, and they think they can just waltz in the midterms off of not being a Republican, off of not being Donald Trump, and they think they're going to be fine. I need you to call your senators. Not only do I need that, every elderly person you know needs that. Every disabled person you know needs that. Every poor person who needs healthcare needs you to do that. And every person at some point in their life is going to be old, disabled, or poor. Okay? So you need to understand that this is a threat against you. It's a threat against the people you love, and you need to understand that you need to call your senator and put this pressure on them, not just for hypothetical people out there somewhere, but for yourself and for every single person you love and hold dear, okay? And I'm going to link this in chat so you guys know where to find this, okay? You can put in your location, you can get connected to your different senators, and you can leave them a message following that script, or you can get a bit more creative with it, okay, folks? But I need each one of you today to commit to making that call, because this is literally the last guardrail. This is the last guardrail before literally the only thing left is the court system with little to no enforcement mechanisms. And the only other guardrail besides that is us massively organizing. That's it. If we lose Congress, it's just us on our own, organizing, and the courts. This is our last chance. And keep in mind, I don't know exactly when the Senate vote is going to be. I'm assuming it's going to be Friday morning. So call as soon as you wake up later today. Call early on Thursday, and call early on Friday. You've got 3 calls to make, folks. Call your senators. If you've never done it before, do it anyway. And you know what? Tell every single person you know that this is important and that they need to call too. I don't care if they're Democrats. I don't care if they're Republicans. They need to call. It's important. Figure out a way of reaching out to your senator and making sure that you are known. How do I make sure my voicemail is sent? You can call their DC office and their local offices, which will have different voicemail systems and also perhaps different staffing. Will it be counted if I make 10 calls in a day? Probably not. I'm slow. What do we need to say? There's literally a script on the webpage I just posted in chat. Send emails, make your calls. If you can, visit their offices. You need to make sure you are putting pressure on that. You said 3 calls? Yeah. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. I've got a small political group and I've added everyone in it who is in the US, including a few in my state with this info. Zudo, thank you so goddamn much. Yes, 6 calls, 2 senators per state. Yeah, come on, guys, work with me here. I'm trying my best. Oh my God, guys, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Come on now. The website is I'm so frustrated right now. The website is called 5 calls because the idea is that you should be calling your elected representatives five times. Each elected representative and senator once per day, 5 days a week. Okay? That's the point. But you know what? They don't call it 15 calls per day. They don't call it 15 calls per week. They call it 5 calls. Look, I'm not asking you to make God damn it. I don't know. I'm just fucking asking you to step up and try and save your country. I don't know. Fuck me for getting the math wrong, but do the thing. You understand what I'm communicating? Do the thing. Try and save your goddamn country. God. Yeah, quibble over the math after we've successfully pressured senators. I'll also be cutting the initial discussion about this into a segment and putting it up on YouTube as soon as I can after this stream is over. So if you are curious about that, folks, I will be putting it up. So, let's see. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. And also, thank you, Comrade Girl, for the $2 super chat. And Sunshine, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. And folks, please do support the stream. I can't do it without you guys. It's literally, you guys are what keep me going until like 3 o'clock in the morning. Talking politics and able to slog through the apocalyptic wasteland that we live in together. And folks, also hit that like button on the stream because we're like 3 likes away from 200, and I just like big round numbers, okay? Whew. All right. What are the odds this will work? I have no idea. I have no idea what the odds are. I'm just telling you, like, this is something, if you want to have any effect on the outcome, that this is how to do it. This is one of the only avenues available to us in the next 2 days. So I want to know if I should be ready to be sad. Genuinely, I have no idea. The current political times we live in are absolutely and completely crazy. All I know is that we have to try. And regardless of how this turns out, we're going to have to keep trying. And we will do just that. How do I find the local number? Google. Yeah, if the CR passes on Friday, be sad then, but it doesn't mean we're at the end of organizing. We're going to organize even harder. Hey, KM Stas, thank you for giving me the 200th like on the YouTube stream. Let's go! Woo! Well, folks, with that, I am going to go edit this stream and get a segment out because this is really fucking important. And it was really nice to do a Sam Cedar bit to, like, just chill for a bit and have some fun and get frustrated at conservatives in a way that felt familiar and also educational. But we gotta go and mobilize as many people as possible, and that means getting this segment out as soon as I can. I will see you all later today. Bye, everybody.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.